Ma'am, did you already speak with the prosecutor? Oh, yep, you did.
Yep.
Good morning, Jim. How you doing?
Good, Marianne. How are you?
Good, thank you. Morning, Sammer.
Good morning.
Hey Sam, I sent you an offer or an email with the offers.
Thank you.
You should have them.
I did the same thing, Sammer.
Thank you, guys.
Copycat. Hi Jim.
Good morning. I want to be like you all the time.
I know.
Hello? All right. You guys didn't put those self tappers in the.
Good morning, Mr. Jadala.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Sir, take your cap off for me, please.
Mr. Dominguez, please take your hat off.
This is 24VB013540M. This is Van Buren Township versus Kiana Abdul Rauf.
Good morning, Your Honor. Angela Mannering on behalf of the people.
Good morning. Ma'am, state your name for me, please.
Kiana Abdul Rauf.
Thank you. Ma'am, today's the day and time scheduled for your show cause arraignment and pretrial. The way staff had you labeled indicate that you waived your right to have the assistance of the court-appointed attorney this morning. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
Have you spoken to Ms. Manarino, the prosecutor that you see on the screen?
Yes, I have.
Ms. Manarino, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, Ms. Abdul Rauf has a 2023 retail fraud case that I believe is also in warrant status. When I spoke with her, my intent was to resolve both of her pending matters this morning. Does the court have the other file?
The court does. The other file, ma'am, is 23VB01412. This is a retail fraud from April 23rd, 2023.
Thank
Ms.
you, Your Honor.
Manarino.
The offer was for her to plead guilty to one retail fraud and the second retail fraud would be dismissed. We did not discuss which one.
Was that your understanding, ma'am?
Yes, Your Honor.
Raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. Ma'am, before I ask you anything else, I want to disclose to you on the record that I'm married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. I make that disclosure as both of these cases come from Van Buren Township. My husband's not involved in the day-to-day operations of the Public Safety Department. He doesn't know anything about this case. He doesn't know that it's scheduled. That disclosure having been made, are you still prepared to proceed with your plea?
Yes.
Ma'am, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, Your Honor.
And ma'am, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way or promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ma'am, is it true that on, let's do the older case, Ms. Manarino. Is it true that on April 23rd, 2023 in Van Buren Township, you went into the Walmart that was open to the public, you took items from the shelf and you passed all points of payment without making payment for those items?
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Ms. Manarino?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Ma'am, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the retail fraud from 2023 and will dismiss the retail fraud from 2024. Ma'am, is there anything you want to say on your own behalf before fines and costs are imposed in this matter?
No, Your Honor, I take full responsibility in what I've done.
Ms. Manarino, do you take any position?
No, Your Honor, I would leave sentencing to the court's discretion. I do believe she needs to be fingerprinted on the case that she's pled to.
She does, Ms. Manarino, and there's a fingerprint order with the 2024 case number on it. I can either, well, if you would be kind enough to send over a new fingerprint order, I will sign it. Ma'am, you have 30 days from today's date to go into the Van Buren Township Department of Public Safety and have your fingerprints taken in this matter. The court is recalling the warrant. Ms. Manarino, was there any request for restitution from Walmart?
No, Your Honor.
And the court will impose the following. There's a fine of $200. There's cost of $100. There's $75 mandatory crime victims fee. There's $50 show cause fee for your prior failure to appear, $50 warrant fee, $50 a mandatory state cost, and $20 fund fee. That's $545. Do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
Yes, Your Honor.
Then ma'am, I need you to do one of three things for me within the next 5 days. I need you to come in person, speak to a member of this court's collection staff, and set a payment plan. You may call and set a payment plan, or you can go onto the court's website, mi34thdistrictcourt.com. There's a contact us button. If you click on that, it will be a drop down that allows you to submit a request for a payment plan, but do one of those three things sooner rather than later, okay?
Okay. I'm sorry. Can you just repeat the email? I mean the website, please.
mi34thdistrictcourt.com.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Have a good day, ma'am. You're free to go.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're so welcome. Two three VB 03481 Van Buren Township versus Pablo Dominguez.
Your Honor, respectfully, Sam Jadala, P 62186, MIDC arraignment counsel appearing on behalf of Mr. Dominguez. Your Honor, for purposes of arraignment, we wait for the reading and stand mute. Mr. Dominguez, please say your name for the record.
Pablo Dominguez.
How are we proceeding, Mr. Jadala?
Your Honor, at this time, we're respectfully requesting a pretrial in this matter.
August 1st at 8:50.
August 1st at 8:50 a.m. Back here on Zoom with me, Judge Martin, in courtroom number 1. Mr. Dominguez, there is no bond recommendation in the file. You've appeared timely and appropriately this morning. The court is setting your bond at 1,000 personal. You do not need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear as directed by this court till this case is resolved in its entirety. Anything else, Mr. Jadala?
Nothing further, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Dominguez, you're free to go. Notice of that new date and time will be mailed to you at the address you verified with court staff. I will see you on August 1st. Have a good day.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Two four WM 00907 OM Wayne County Airport versus Daquan Mixon.
Good morning, Your Honor. May it please court, James Mena appearing on behalf of the airport.
State your name, sir.
Daquan Mixon.
Mr. Mixon, the way court staff have you labeled indicate that you waived your right to have the assistance of the court-appointed attorney this morning. Is that correct?
Correct.
You've had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Mena, the prosecutor?
That's correct.
Mr. Mena, how are we proceeding?
At this time, Your Honor, we're moving to dismiss the charge as the parking fee has been paid.
Was that your understanding and agreement, Mr. Mixon?
Yes.
This case is hereby dismissed. Anything else this morning in this matter, Mr. Mena?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Mixon?
No, ma'am.
You're free to go, sir. Have a good day.
You too.
Thank you. Ms. Ellington. This is 2-1 WM 01130 Wayne County Airport versus Kenesha Ellington.
Respectfully, Your Honor, Sam Jadala, P 62186, MIDC arraignment counsel appearing on behalf of Mrs. Ellington. Purposes of arraignment would waive formal reading and stand mute. Ms. Ellington, please say your name for the record.
Kenesha Ellington.
Your Honor, at this
How are we
time,
proceeding?
respectfully request a pretrial on this matter. Your Honor, Ms. Ellington is attempting to locate paperwork that the vehicle was sold prior to this incident. She's looking for her bill of sale, Your Honor, and we just asked for a pretrial in order for her to attempt to locate that.
Thank you. Ms. Ellington, in the interim, your bond is set at 1,000 personal. You do not need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear as directed by this court until this case is resolved in its entirety. Your adjourned pre-trial date will be August the 1st, I'm sorry, Marianne, I'm making updates.
Yep, that's correct. August 1st at 8:50.
8:50? Thank you. Back here on Zoom with me, Judge Martin, in courtroom number 1. Ms. Ellington, notice of that new date and time will be mailed to you at the address you verified with court staff this morning. Is there anything else, Mr. Jadala?
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Ellington, you're free to go. I'll see you on August 1st. You have a good afternoon.
You do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I don't see that Mr. Duncan has arrived yet, but sit tight. When he gets here, we'll get you connected with him. We'll get your cases called and get you on with your day. This is 24VB004780M Van Buren Township versus Matthew Simpson. Your name for the record, please.
Your Honor, Attorney Josh Hadley appearing on behalf of the defendant, Mr. Matthew Simpson, who's appearing via Zoom. Mr. Simpson, please state your name for the court.
Matthew Simpson.
Thank you. Today is the day and time for the show cause arraignment pretrial. Mr. Hadley, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we will be availing ourselves of the people's plea offer. We're going to be pleading as charged to the retail fraud with an agreed upon $18.97 in restitution to be paid.
Thank you. And Mr. Hadley, I'll say this once to you today, and I would hope that you relay this information to your clients who appear and plead with me this morning that I'm married to an elected official in Van Buren Township, and make that disclosure as Van Buren Township is the issuing agency in this matter. My husband's not involved in the day-to-day operations of the Public Safety Department. He doesn't know anything about this case. He doesn't even know that it's scheduled. That disclosure having been made, are you still prepared to proceed?
Absolutely, Your Honor. We have no issue.
Thank you. Mr. Simpson, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson? Mr. Hadley, I'm going to pass this matter momentarily. Maybe if he gets still, we'll be able to keep a better connection with him.
Mr. Simpson,
Are you with Mr. Felix as well, or is that Mr. Jadala?
It's Mr. Jadala.
Thank you.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Mr. Simpson?
I just couldn't hear you because you were cutting out. Yeah.
I'm sorry, sir. I need you to stay still so maybe we can keep a better connection. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yeah, I swear.
You've had the opportunity to discuss this case with Mr. Hadley, and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, ma'am.
And after having that conversation, sir, is your desire this morning to plead guilty as charged to retail fraud?
Yeah, I plead guilty.
And sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yeah.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor?
Okay.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yeah, that's fine.
You haven't been threatened in any way or promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Sir, is it true that on February 25th, 2024 in Van Buren Township, you went into the Walmart that was open to the public, you took items for the shelf that were priced for sale, you passed all points of payment without making payment for those items?
Yeah, that's true.
Satisfied, Ms. Manorino?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Hadley?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Simpson, the court will accept your plea of guilty as charged to retail fraud. Any comments before fines and costs are imposed, Mr. Hadley?
Your Honor, Mr. Simpson made a poor decision that night, not a criminal background in this individual, gainfully employed. We would just ask the court issue fines and costs in this matter.
Thank you. Mr. Simpson, anything you want to say on your own behalf, sir?
No,
Mr. Simpson, the court will impose the following. It's $100 fine, $100 in costs. There's $75 mandatory crime victims fee. There's $50 show cause fee for a prior failure to appear, $50 warrant fee, $15 administrative fee, $50 mandatory state cost, $20 fund fee, and $50 late fee. There is the agreed upon restitution of $18.97. That is a total of $528.97. Do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount, sir? Then, sir, I need you to do one of these three things within the next 5 days. I need you to come in person and speak to a member of the court's collection staff to set a payment plan. You may call the collections department and set a payment plan, or you can go onto the court's website, mi34thdistrictcourt.com. There's a contact us button. If you click on that button, it will drop down and allow you to submit a request for a payment plan. But I need you to do one of those three things sooner rather than later. Understood?
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Hadley?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Simpson, you're free to go. You have a great day.
No, that's it.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank
Mr.
you.
Duncan,
Bye-bye.
did you need to speak to?
No,
did you
Judge,
need to
we
speak to
worked
your
it out
clients or the
good.
prosecutor?
No, Judge, we've got everything worked out and we're ready to enter a plea on both my defendants.
We'll do them separately just to keep it clean. These are 270179 OM, 240180 OM, 240181 OM, 240182 OM, 240183 OM, 240184 OM. And they go there consecutively. Let's see, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, and ending with 240198 OM. These are all Van Buren Township versus Andrea Aaron Anderson Prezado. Your appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Angela Mannering on behalf of the people.
Hello, Your Honor. Murray Duncan appearing on behalf of the defendant.
State your name for me, ma'am.
Andrea Anderson Prezado.
Prezado, thank you so very much. Mr. Duncan, today is the day and time for the arraignment and pretrial. How are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I talked to the prosecutor and it was agreed that my client would plead to two of the charges. The case numbers the prosecutor can give you. I'm not sure which case number she's using. The balance of the charges would be dismissed. We're going to ask the court to allow a no contest plea, and it's been agreed for a delayed sentence of 9 months under 771.
Yes, sir. No. Why no contest?
Judge, there's talk of possible civil ramifications.
Civil ramifications beyond restitution?
That's what I'm hearing, possibly, yes.
I don't know how that would be. I'm sorry.
I don't.
Ms. Mannarino?
Your Honor, I don't have an objection to a no contest plea. I would take Mr. Duncan's word if there's some threat of some other issue.
I'm sorry, Mr. Duncan, was I cutting you off?
No, Judge, you were not cutting me off. Thank you for asking, though.
Ms. Mannarino, do you take any position regarding which two cases these are in?
And no, Your Honor, I'd leave that to the court's discretion.
And Mr. Duncan, I know you're aware, but I'll disclose again for benefit of both of your clients. I'm married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. I make that disclosure as Van Buren Township is the public safety department involved in the investigation of this case. My husband is not involved in the day-to-day operations of the public safety department. He doesn't know anything about this case. He doesn't even know that it's scheduled. That being said, do you need a moment to speak to your clients, or are you prepared to proceed with this plea?
Judge, my clients are prepared to proceed with the plea now.
Thank you. Ms. Mannarino and Mr. Duncan, just so we can keep it clean and we can involve as few cases as possible, we'll do the pleas in 240179 and 240180.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Judge.
Ma'am, would you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
Thank you. May I put your hands down? Ma'am, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
I understand.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
I understand.
And ma'am, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
I am.
You haven't been threatened in any way or promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No, Your Honor.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty? Oh, sorry.
It's no contest.
Nope,
Judge.
nope. Ma'am, you understand that there will be a no contest plea entered in this matter this morning?
Yes, ma'am.
And ma'am, based on the fact that Mr. Duncan has indicated that no contest plea is based on possible civil liability, is the court authorized to rely on the information contained in the complaint and the police report for the factual basis for this plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
And so, ma'am, just so we're clear, you do not contest that there have been complaints filed that indicate that on November 5th, 2023 in Van Buren Township, you went into the Aldi and took items for sale while the store was open to the public and didn't make payment in full for those items. And the same allegation is made at Aldi on September 29th, 2023. Not asking you to admit or deny it, but understanding that a no contest plea is being entered as to those two allegations with those 2 dates of offense.
Yes, Your Honor. I understand.
Mr. Duncan, is there anything else you want to say, or is there any inquiry you want to make of your client?
No, Judge.
Ms. Manarino, are you satisfied?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Satisfied, Mr. Duncan?
Defense is satisfied, Judge.
Thank you. Ma'am, the court accepts your no contest pleas in the case that ends in 179 and the case that ends in 180. The remaining cases, which are 240181 through 240198, are dismissed. As Mr. Duncan indicated, the pleas in both of these files are taken pursuant to 771, delayed for a period of 9 months, so long as you incur no new criminal offenses in the state of Michigan and pay costs in each of these files in the amount of $450. Ms. Manarino, there's no request for restitution, correct?
There is, Your Honor. It's a stipulated amount for Ms. Cruzado of $717.94.
$717.94?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. So let's say, Mary Ann, I'm writing in the file, so hopefully when it gets back to you, it makes sense. In 240179, the costs are $450 with the restitution of $717.94. And in 180, it's cost of $450.
And Your Honor, just so the record's clear, that amount of restitution is joint and several with Mr. Prezado. He has a little bit of additional restitution that we'll discuss when the court calls his case.
How can you have joint and several in a no contest plea with two different people? I don't know what that looks like. You have to help me, Ms. Manarino.
Your Honor, the offenses that were allegedly committed together, that's the amount of restitution for those offenses that they've agreed to pay.
I'm sorry, say that again.
The offenses that were, excuse me, allegedly committed together, that's the amount of restitution for the ones where they were together. There were some where Mr. Prezado was separate, and so there's separate restitution for that.
So when we do pleas for Mr. Prezado, we have to not have those dates of offense of September 23rd, I'm sorry, September 29th and November 5th.
That's fine, Judge.
I'm asking you, I'm not saying that that's.
I guess that works.
Well, let me ask you this way.
Okay.
If Aldi is requesting $1,000.
Yes.
Okay, just do some math is good. And Ms. Prezado pleads to these with the joint and several, and I say 500 to her on these two specific dates, then Mr. Prezado has to be 500 on two separate dates for us to get to the Aldi 1,000, right?
That works, Judge.
Okay. I'm not trying to make it more difficult. I'm just trying to make sure that what
No,
you're
I-
trying to do actually happens.
Understood.
If there's some better way, please tell me. I'm happy to take it from either you or Mr. Duncan.
Judge, we can just stipulate, my client stipulate to the restitution. I mean, we can do it any way that the court thinks it's easier for the court, because they are stipulating that that's the amount as to both of them, and that they're both responsible for the total amount.
I understand, but I can't write joint and several
Well, I
over
understand.
4 files with 2 different people. That won't work.
Murray, would it be, or Mr. Duncan, would it be easier if we assessed that amount on Ms. Prezato's file and then the overage amount on Mr. Prezato's file? Would that be acceptable for
You
you?
know, we've got 2 amounts. We have a total. Any way you want to get there is fine with the
Okay,
defendant.
Your Honor, if we do the 717.94 on Mrs. Prezato, we can do the remainder on Mr. Prezato's, and they can work out how they want to handle the payment of it.
Okay.
That works for the court.
It works for me. I just want to be, in Mr. Prezato's, I don't want to use that November 5th date or that September 29th date. But for
Understood.
purposes of our records, 179 is 450 plus the 717.94 in restitution. So Ms. Prezato, I'm sure Mr. Duncan will go over this with you, but your total would be the $900 in cost to the court, and then the additional $717.94 in restitution to the Aldi, no new criminal cases in the state of Michigan for 9 months, and the case would thereafter be administratively reviewed for dismissal. There is a request for fingerprints attached to the front of the file. The court is signing that. Ma'am, you have 30 days from today's date to appear at the Van Buren Township Department of Public Safety and have your fingerprints taken. Want to make sure that's. Was there anything else as relates to Ms. Prezato, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Duncan?
No, Judge.
Okay. Okay, I think we can do this. And then we have 2401. I'm sorry. Two 240199 OM. Consecutively and through 240250 OM. These are Van Buren Township versus Philip James Prezato. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning again, Angela Manring on behalf of the people.
Hello, Your Honor. Murray Duncan appearing on behalf of the defendant.
Sir, state your name for me, please.
Philip Prezato.
Thank you, Mr. Prezato. Today is the day and time scheduled for the arraignment and pretrial. Mr. Duncan, how are we proceeding in these matters?
Judge, I talked to the prosecutor and it's been recommended to the court that my client will plead to 3 counts. The dates or the case numbers to be determined by the prosecutor. Once again, this plea will be taken under a 771 and we're asking the court to enter a no contest. And the 771 length will be 9 months. And the agreed upon restitution in this matter is $1,390.81.
So minus the amount that was assessed to Mrs. Prezato would be $672.87, Judge.
Okay. Thank you.
Wait, I'm sorry, Ms. Manarino, what?
So the amount that Mr. Duncan gave is the total, including what was assessed to Mrs. Prezato. So the amount that would be assessed to Mr. Prezato would be $672.87.
Thank you. 67287. I thought you were trying to change the amount in the last case, and Mariana's already taken those.
No,
files.
Judge, I wouldn't do that.
So 3 counts with restitution of 672.87. 9 months delayed, and we don't want to use the same dates. And the people and Mr. Duncan take no position as to what the 3 cases should be.
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay. What we will do, unless there's any objection, is do it in the first 3 cases, which are 240199 with an offense date of September 8, 2023, 240200 with offense date of September 12, 2023, and then 240201 with the offense date of September 15th, 2023. Did I say 2021? These are all 2023. That's just more so when Marianne dispositions the files that they were keeping them clear and separate. And the court has already made the disclosure. Mr. Prezado, would you raise your right hand for me, please, sir? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Swear.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down. Sir, you've had the opportunity to discuss this matter with Mr. Duncan, and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, Your Honor.
And it's your understanding and agreement this morning that there will be a no contest plea entered in this matter in 3 of these cases, and that the remaining cases would be dismissed.
I do.
And sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, Your Honor.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way or promised anything to get you
No.
to enter the no contest plea?
I have not.
Sir, because there is a no contest plea, the court cannot ask you to the typical questions that are asked to establish the factual basis for the case. Mr. Duncan, is the court allowed to rely on the contents of the complaint and the police reports in these matters for the
Yes, Judge.
factual basis?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. So the court will note that in 2401990M, there's an offense date of September 8, 2023, at which time Mr. Prezado entered the Aldi in Van Buren Township and took items from the shelf without making payment for those items. The allegations are the same in 240200 with the offense date of September 12, 2023. And the same for 240201 with the offense date of September 15, 2023. There's a stipulated restitution amount of $672.87. Mr. Duncan, is there any inquiry you wish to make of your client in this matter?
Judge, my client is employed. He has a good job. He made a mistake. He understands it. He's sorry. He's embarrassed. The case here goes a little deeper. He did know the owner of the store, but he apologizes. He's sorry, and I don't think you're going to have any future problems with him. He seems to be remorseful.
Ms. Manarino, are the people satisfied?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense satisfied?
Defense is satisfied, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Prezado, the court is taking your no contest plea pursuant to 771.1, delayed for a period of 9 months. As in the case before, the court will assess costs in each of the 3 counts in the amount of $450. You need to pay that times 3 and the restitution of $672.87. And no new criminal offenses in the state of Michigan for those 9 months. So long as you make those payments, no new cases. The case will be administratively reviewed for dismissal. Ms. Manarino, it did not come up before. Was there any request that they do not return to the premises?
Your Honor, Aldi did not make that request in this matter.
Thank you. Mr. Duncan, was there anything else?
No, Judge, thank you.
Mr. Duncan, I would ask that you have conversations with your clients about how to make payment to this court for the cost and for the restitution.
Yes, Judge.
If there's nothing else, that concludes this matter. You're free to go. Have a good day.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Duncan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good day.
You too.
Oh, I'm sorry. No. There was a fingerprint order as well in this case. Please appear at the Van Buren Township Department of Public Safety within the next 30 days to have your fingerprints taken in this matter.
I will, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I knew I was forgetting something. Thank you. I'm sorry, Mr. Jadala, you are with Mr.
I have Mr. Felix and Mr. Gallo.
Mr. Felix, 24WM 01018 AOT, Wayne County Airport versus Robert Felix.
Your Honor, respectfully, Samuel Jadala, P62186, appearing on behalf of Mr. Felix. Purposes of arraignment, we'd waive formal reading and stand mute. Mr. Felix, please say your name for the record.
Robert Felix.
Your Honor, at this
How
time,
are we proceeding with?
sorry, Judge, at this time, Mr. Felix will be proceeding. He'll be pleading to one count of no operator's license on person.
Mr. Felix, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. Sir, you have the opportunity to discuss this case with Mr. Jadala, and you understand the charges you face and the
Yes.
possible penalties.
Yes, ma'am.
And after having that conversation, sir, is your desire this morning to plead guilty to the added count of no operator's license on person with the dismissal of the original driving while license suspended?
Yes, ma'am.
And sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, ma'am.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, ma'am.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily.
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way or promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty? Mr. Felix?
Yes.
Oh, thank you, sir. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Sir, is it true that on April 17, 2024, Wayne County Airport, which is located in the city of Romulus County of Wayne, state of Michigan, you were operating a motor vehicle and you did not have your operator's license on your person?
Correct.
Satisfied, Mr. Jadala?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Sir, the court accepts your plea of guilty to no operator's license on person. Is there anything you'd like to say before fines and costs are imposed in this matter?
Your Honor, Your Honor, we just ask for minimal fines and costs for Mr. Felix.
Thank you. Sir, the court will impose the following: a fine of $100. There's cost of $100. There's $75 mandatory crime victims fee, $50 show cause fee for a prior failure to appear, $50 mandatory state costs, and $20 fund fee. That's $395. Do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
Yes, about 30.
Then, sir, I need you to do one of three things for me in the next 5 days. You can call the court's collection department. They can add this to your existing payment plan. You can come in person and speak to the collections department, or you can go onto the court's website, mi34thdistrictcourt.com, and submit a request for a payment plan. But do one of those three things within the next 5 days, okay?
Yes, ma'am. I will.
Anything else, Mr. Jadala?
Nothing further, Judge.
Thank you, sir. You're free to go. You have a good day.
Thank you.
Mr. Gallo.
Yes, ma'am, Your Honor.
This is 24WM010700OM, Wayne County Airport versus Ruben Gallo. Your appearances.
Your Honor, respectfully, Sammer Jadala, P 62186, appearing on behalf of Mr. Gallo. Purposes
Good
of
morning.
formal reading and mute. Say your name, Mr. Gallo.
Ruben Gallo.
Good morning,
All right,
Honor.
proceed,
Jason Mena
Mr.
for the
Jadala.
airport.
Thank you, Mr. Mena. Mr. Jadala?
Your Honor, at this time, Mr. Gallo will be pleading to one count of disorderly conduct. It will be taken under 771.1 for 6 months. My client would like to avail himself to that plea. He does understand the right to use waiving by doing so.
Thank you. Mr. Gallo, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down. You had the opportunity to discuss this case with Mr. Jadala. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes.
And sir, after having that conversation with Mr. Jadala, you wish to plead guilty to disorderly conduct.
Yes.
And Mr. Jadala discussed the rights you'd be waiving by entering that plea.
Yes.
Do you have any questions about the rights you'd be waiving, sir?
I do not.
Sir, is it true that on April the 24th, 2024, at Wayne County Airport, which is located in the city of Romulus County, Wayne, state of Michigan, you were in fact a disorderly person? More specifically, you did something to impede or disrupt the orderly flow of passengers.
Yes.
Satisfied, Mr. Jadala?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Gallo, the court accepts your plea of guilty to disorderly conduct. As indicated by Mr. Jadala, the court will take this plea pursuant to MCL 771.1, which means your sentence will be delayed for a period of 6 months, so long as you incur no new criminal offenses in the state of Michigan for those 6 months and pay a cost of $300. The case will be administratively reviewed for dismissal after those 6 months. Do you need more than 5 days to pay the $300, sir?
Yes.
Yes? Then, sir, I'll have you contact the court's collections department. You can do that in one of three ways. You can come in person and speak, not come in person. You can call and speak to someone in the collections department, or you can go onto the court's website, mi34thdistrictcourt.com. There's a contact us button. If you click on that, it will drop down and allow you to submit a payment plan request that way. Is there anything else, Mr. Jadala?
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gallo, good luck to you, sir. Have a good day.
Thank you.
This is 1905110T. This is Wayne County Airport versus James Fox. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Honor. Jason Mena for the airport.
Good morning, Your Honor. Lakitria Felder. I'm standing in for Christina Gerges with Project Clean Slate. I'm representing James Fox, who is present by Zoom and consents to proceed by Zoom.
Thank you. State your name for me, sir.
James Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Fox. We are here today on Mr. Fox's application. Ms. Felder.
Yes, Your Honor. We're hearing a motion to set aside a conviction from 2019 operating without a license. Mr. Fox has a valid license now. At the time, he did not have a CDL and there was no traffic injury or death that resulted from the offense. Mr. Fox is eligible for this expungement. He's not been convicted of more than 3 felonies. He's not had any assaultive crimes set aside. He has no pending criminal cases, and there are no objections by the Attorney General. We submit that this expungement is appropriate at this time. Mr. Fox has been working and he has a strong work history. Most recently, he's employed with Detroit Furniture Company for the past 6 years. He's worked in the retail industry as well as the restaurant industry. He's married with 2 children who are 16 and 18 years old. He's seeking this expungement in order to have better opportunities and also to be a role model for his children, that you can rectify mistakes that you made. We submit that Mr. Fox is eligible and he's a strong candidate for this expungement, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Fox, is there anything you want to say on your own behalf, sir?
No, Your Honor, just trying to get a clean record so I can stay on the straight path.
Thank you. The court has, Mr. Mena, anything from the airport?
We have no objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. The court has reviewed the application submitted on behalf of Mr. Fox, along with the letter from the Attorney General's office. Ms. Felder has covered the issues that the AG's office indicated, confirming that Mr. Fox was not a CDL driver or license holder at the time. Court will grant the application and set aside this conviction. Ms. Felder, I'm sorry, if you would have your office submit an order to that effect, the court will enter it. Was there anything else on behalf of Mr. Fox this morning?
Nothing further. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Congratulations, sir. You have a wonderful day. You're free to go.
Thank you, Your Honor. You have a good day too.
Thank you.
Your Honor, Ms. Warda is here on KAKA, KAKKA. It's a civil infraction ticket.
Thank you. Mr. Mena, 24WM01422, Wayne County Airport versus Sarah Kaka, your appearances.
Good morning, Your Honor. May it please court, James Mena on behalf of the airport.
Good morning, Your Honor. Nina Warda appearing on behalf of Miss Sarah Kaka, who has given me authority to enter into any pleas.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last of what you said, ma'am.
She is giving me authority to enter into any civil infraction, please, Judge.
Thank you. And how are we proceeding, ma'am?
Your Honor, Miss Kaka would like to be pleading responsible to a double parking.
That will carry a $350 fine, Your Honor.
$350 fine. You have authority from your client to enter the plea of responsible to the double parking. The court will adopt that agreement. Ma'am, does your client need more than 5 days to pay this amount?
No, Judge, that should be enough. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Mena?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything else, Ms. Warda?
Nothing else, Judge. Thank you so much.
You're so very welcome. You have a good day.
You too. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Two 2404510M, 2404510M, 2404520M, and 2404530M, 2405440M. These are all Van Buren Township versus Larry Hoxie. Your appearances.
Good morning, Your Honor, to you and your staff. Jessica Holland, P86695, standing in on behalf of Attorney of Record Parisa Sadrina. I appear with my client, Mr. Hoxie. Can you state your name for the court, please?
Larry Hoxie.
Thank you. Today is the day and time scheduled for the arraignment of pretrials in these matters. Ma'am, have you spoken to Ms. Manarino?
I have, Your Honor, yes. We will just be asking the court for a brief adjournment in regards to the pretrial.
What is brief, ma'am?
My understanding is that the prosecutor's next date here with the court is August 1. That would, if the court has space on its docket, that would work well for me, Your Honor.
Yes, at 9 o'clock.
And are we adjourning them in their entirety? Or are we conducting the arraignment this morning, ma'am?
We will be conducting the arraignment, Your Honor.
For purposes of arraignment?
For purposes of arraignment, Your Honor, my client stands mute. I ask that a not guilty be entered.
Thank you. The requested bond from Van Buren Township Department of Public Safety is $2,000, 10% in each file. What's your position regarding bond?
Your Honor, I would ask that my client be given a personal recognizance bond in this case. He is not a flight risk, nor is he a danger to the community. He is employed gainfully as a pastor in a local church. He has been a pastor for the past 25 years. He is deeply rooted in this community, and he has retained counsel and will be appearing for all of his court dates.
Thank you. The court will set bond at 2,000 personal in each file. Sir, you do not need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear as directed by this court until these cases are resolved in its entirety. Your adjourned pretrial date will be August the 1st at 9 a.m. back here on Zoom with me, Judge Martin, in courtroom number 1. Is there anything else on behalf of your client, ma'am?
No, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That concludes this matter. You're free to go. You have a good day.
Thank you, Your Honor, to you as well.
Thank you. I have all kinds of questions. I know. And I don't know if it's me.
Mr. Davis, I sent you a chat. Which case are you here for this morning?
I have a few cases. I have Daryl James, Cassandra Barnes, and Jordan Michaels.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Two, 3-03120M. This is Van Buren Township versus Michael Teen. May I have your appearances, please?
Your Honor, respectfully, Samuel Jadala, P62186, appearing on behalf of Mr. Teen for purposes of arraignment rule, but form reading and stand mute. Mr. Teen, please say your name for the record.
Michael Teen, good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
I'm good, how are you?
I'm wonderful. Thank you. Mr. Jadala, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, at this time, Mr. Teen will be pleading as charged to 1 count of retail fraud. He understands there's a restitution amount of $872.36. Your Honor, I've had the opportunity to speak with the city attorney. She has no objection to time served. I believe it's been around 90 days that Mr. Teen's been incarcerated, and Mr. Teen will just need time to pay the restitution.
I'm sorry, 872.
$872.36.
Thank you. Mr. Teen, would you raise your right hand for me, please, sir? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, Your Honor.
Thank you. May you put your hand down? You had the opportunity to discuss this case with Mr. Jadala. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, ma'am.
And after having that conversation, sir, is your understanding and agreement that you'll be entering a plea of guilty this morning to retail fraud?
Yes, Your Honor.
And Mr. Jadala is aware of the fact that I'm married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. I make that disclosure as Van Buren Township is the police agency involved in investigating this matter. My husband is not involved in the day-to-day operations of the Public Safety Department. He doesn't know anything about this case. He doesn't know anything about it even being scheduled. Mr. Jadala, that disclosure having been made, are we prepared to proceed with this plea?
We are prepared, Judge.
And I ask the same of Mr. Hadley. Are we okay that this is a blanket disclosure for the day? Mr. Teen, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, I understand.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
I understand, Your Honor.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, Your Honor.
You haven't been threatened in any way or promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No, Your Honor.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, is it true that on April 30th, 2023, you went into the Meyer store that is located in Van Buren Township? While that store was open to the public, you removed items from the shelf that were priced for sale. You passed all points of payment without making payment for those items.
I ran my card, Your Honor, but yes, that's happened, Your Honor.
You ran your card, but you didn't effectuate payment for all of the items you had selected from the shelf.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Jadala?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Sir, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the retail fraud in this matter. Mr. Jadala has indicated that you have been in custody for 90 days now, so the court will give you credit for that time served in lieu of the fines and costs in this matter. The only remaining issue is the restitution, $872.36 due to Meyer.
Can you be a payment plan on that, Your Honor, or do I like to get out and pay that whole thing?
Absolutely, sir. You may make a payment plan by coming in person to the court, calling the court, speaking to someone in the collections department, or when you're able to go onto the court's website, mi34thdistrictcourt.com. There's a contact us button. If you click on that button, it will drop down and allow you to submit a request for a payment plan that way. And you can use that to address the outstanding restitution. Is there anything else, Mr. Jadala?
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Teen, good luck to you, sir. Thank you, Pravanchi.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. All the best to you and your staff.
Two, four, WM007540M, Wayne County Airport versus Gerald Robinson. State your name for me, please, sir.
Yeah, Daryl Robinson.
Mr. Robinson, the way the court staff have you labeled indicate that you're waiving your right to have the assistance of the court-appointed attorney this morning. Is that correct?
Yeah.
You've had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Minna, the prosecutor for the airport?
Yep, that's right.
Mr. Minna, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, at this point, we're asking the court to dismiss the charge against Mr. Robinson as the parking fee has been paid.
Is that your understanding, Mr. Robinson?
Yes.
The case is dismissed. You're free to go. You have a good day.
Thank you. You too.
Two, four, WM01479, Wayne County Airport versus Hadifa Abush Shahid. May I have your appearance, please?
James Mena appearing on behalf of the airport, Your Honor.
Rami Hijazi, P82830, on behalf of Abdul Shahid, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Hijazi. Today is a day and time scheduled for the pre-hearing. How are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I had an opportunity to speak with Mr. Hijazi, and we're recommending a plea to double parking with a $300 fine. We'll dismiss the original charge.
And Your Honor, I do have the authority to move forward and admit responsible on my client's behalf for that.
Thank you. The court accepts the plea of responsible on behalf of your client to the double parking. Will dismiss the original charge of speeding in a construction zone. The court will assess the fine of $300. Does your client need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
Would 1 week be okay? 7 days, Your Honor?
7 days is fine with me. Anything else?
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day, sir. I don't know why you can't just walk around here. Is that I don't care. I don't want to make it hard for you. I don't want you to have to stretch your reach. Is Miss Medina here? We'll take that as,
I think it's just Josh.
well, they're labeled as Medina, but if they're not Miss Medina. Nope, Josh and Sam. Oh, for next door. Ms. Khalil, is Mr. George with you or is he joining separately?
Good morning, Your Honor. We were both in the wrong courtroom, so he should be joining shortly.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Oh, are they? Good.
Same thing. She's a nurse at St. John's. She works in yes. You think you're untouchable.
Yeah. 24WM01334OT, Wayne County Airport versus Kunta Nelson.
Like for Your Honor, Sam Richard Dollar, P62186, and my DC arraignment counsel appearing on behalf of Mr. Nelson. For purposes of arraignment today, we'd waive formal reading and stand mute. Mr. Nelson, unmute yourself and say your name, please. You're on mute, Mr. Nelson. Unmute yourself and say your name.
Kunta, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Thank
Kunta
you.
Nelson.
Mr. Jadala?
Your Honor, at this time, Mr. Nelson will be pleading to one count of no operator's license on person. He understands the rights he is waiving by doing so.
Thank you. Mr. Nelson, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. Sir, you had the opportunity to discuss this matter with Mr. Jadala. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes,
And after having that conversation, sir, is your understanding and agreement that you'll be entering a plea of guilty to the added count of no operator's license on person, and the original charge would be dismissed?
yes,
And Mr. Jadala had the opportunity to speak to you about the rights you would be waiving by entering such a plea.
yes,
And you wish to waive those rights to enter that plea.
yes,
Sir, is it true that on May the 28th, 2024, Wayne County Airport, which is located in the city of Romulus County, Wayne, state of Michigan, you were operating a motor vehicle with no operator's license on your person?
yes,
Satisfied, Mr. Jadala?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Sir, the court accepts your plea of guilty to no operator's license on person and will dismiss the driving while license suspended. Second, is there anything, Mr. Jadala, before fines and costs are imposed?
We just ask for minimal fines and calls, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Nelson, is there anything you'd like to say on your own behalf, sir?
I think it was, telling, like, time to pay, I believe. For the
Thank you.
ticket.
Then, sir, the court will assess a fine of $100, cost of $100, $75 mandatory crime victims fee, $50 show cause fee, $50 mandatory state cost, and $20 fund fee. That's $395. Sir, if you need more than 5 days to pay, you need to do one of three things. You may come in person and speak to the court's collection department. You may call and speak to the court's collection department, or you can go onto the court's website, mi34thdistrictcourt.com, and you may submit a request for payment plan under the contact us button, but please do one of those three things sooner rather than later, okay?
Okay.
Anything else, Mr. Jadala?
Nothing further, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. You're free to go. You have a great day. Mr. Jadala, are you covering Ms.
Okay.
Medina's cases, or are we expecting her?
No, Your Honor, actually, I didn't see them in the, if you could put them in the MIDC breakout room, me or Mr. Hadley, we will address those.
Absolutely. Thank you for your help.
No problem. And we're also ready on Ms. Kerr Bush whenever the court is.
Bush, I'm ready. Don't leave. 2405350D. Van Buren Township versus Zoe Kerr Bush.
Your Honor, respectfully, Samer Jadala, P62186, MIDC Arraignment Council, appearing on behalf of Mrs. Kerr Bush. For purposes of today's arraignment, we'd waive formal reading and stand mute. Ms. Bush, please say your name for the record.
Zoe Kerr Bush.
How are we proceeding with the pretrial, sir?
Your Honor, at this time, Mrs. Kerr Bush would be pleading to one count of operating while visibly impaired. She understands the right she is waiving by doing so.
Ma'am, raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. You've had the opportunity to discuss this case with Mr. Jadala. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes.
And after having that conversation, ma'am, it's your understanding and agreement that you will be entering a plea this morning of guilty to operating while impaired.
Yes.
And you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Okay. Yes.
And ma'am, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way or promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Ma'am, is it true that on June the 2nd, 2024 in Van Buren Township, you operated a motor vehicle while you were visibly impaired?
Yes.
And ma'am, you do not contest or dispute the complaint submitted by the Public Safety Department that indicates that you had a blood alcohol content of 0.176 at the time of operation of the vehicle?
No.
No, you don't dispute it. Thank you. Mr. Jadala, satisfied?
I'm satisfied, Your Honor.
Ma'am, the court accepts your plea of guilty to operating while visibly impaired and will dismiss the original charge of operating while intoxicated. Because this was your first appearance, although a plea has been taken, there had not been bond set. The court will set your bond at $5,000 personal with the condition that you not purchase, possess, consume any alcoholic beverages until further order of the court. You don't need to post any money, but what you need to do is continue to participate in these proceedings until this case is resolved in its entirety. Because of the plea to operating a motor vehicle while under the influence. I'm sorry. Operating a motor vehicle with alcohol being on board. The court is referring the matter to the probation department. The court's probation department will be in contact with you by phone and by email. Please respond to them, answer their calls, respond to their emails. There will be forms for you to complete. There will be an interview for you to submit to. The probation department will write a recommended sentence for you and schedule you to come back to this court to have sentence imposed in this matter, okay?
Okay.
Anything else, Mr. Jadala?
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. You're free to go. You have a great day.
Okay, thank you, you too.
Thank you. This is 2-4, excuse me. This is 180. I'm just gonna keep making up case numbers. Mr. Jadala, we'll get Ms. Medina's people into that
Thank you, Judge.
waiting room for you. This is 181906, and we lost, no. OT Van Buren Township versus Cecil George.
Yes. Hello?
I'm here. Give me 1 second, sir. We
Okay.
just lost. Oh, no, your attorney's here. I'm just waiting for your attorney to identify herself. Would you state your name for me, sir?
Yes, Cecil George.
Judge, she said she sent me a message and she has to pop in another court. She'll be right back.
Mr. George, thank you, ma'am. Mr. George, sit tight. Your attorney's stepped away. When she comes back, I'll recall your case. Mr. Davis, was he ready with something? It's not even 10 o'clock yet. Good morning, Mr. Burgess.
Good morning, Your Honor.
How are you, sir?
I'm well. Yourself good?
I'm well. Who are you here with?
I'm with Ruben Mata. Prosecutors asking for an adjournment of the pretrial to August 1st. I'm not objecting.
Ruben Mano?
Mata, M-A-T-A.
I'm sorry. Say it again.
M-A-T-A, Your Honor, is the last name.
Thank you. 2307510 OM Van Buren Township versus Ruben Mata.
Good morning, Your Honor. Angela Mannering on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. May it please this honorable court, David Burgess, on behalf of Ruben Mata. Your Honor, he's present right here with me, so.
State your name for me, please, sir.
Ruben Mata, M-A-T-A.
Thank you.
Date of birth.
Thank you. Today was the day and time scheduled for the arraignment and pretrial. Oh, no. How is
He's
it
been arraigned, Your Honor.
pretrial when he's not showing it's being arraigned?
Oh, we did in front of Judge Oakley. Right.
He just didn't note the file. It's fine.
Okay.
Mr. Burgess, you indicated that the people were requesting an adjournment?
To August 1st, Your Honor.
The people are, yeah. No, we're not objecting.
9 o'clock.
August 1st at 9 a.m. back here on Zoom with me in courtroom number 1. Was there anything else, Mr. Burgess?
No, Your Honor. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. 24WM 012520M Wayne County Airport versus Leslie Gamble, your appearances.
Whoops. Sorry about that, Your Honor.
Gamble, Mr. Hadley, is that you or is that Mr. Jadala?
It is, Your Honor. I just had myself muted. My apologies. Attorney Josh Hadley,
okay.
appearing on behalf of the defendant, Miss Leslie Gamble. Miss Gamble, please state your name for the court.
Leslie Gamble.
How are we proceeding, Mr. Hadley?
Your Honor, we're going to be pleading as charged the retail fraud, and we are prepared to move forward with allocution on this matter.
Thank you. Ma'am, would you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you. You may put your hand down. Ma'am, you've had the opportunity to discuss this case with Mr. Hadley. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes. Yes,
And
ma'am.
after
Yes, Your
having that conversation with Mr. Hadley, is your understanding and agreement that you'll be entering a plea of guilty as charged to retail fraud?
Yes, Your Honor.
And ma'am, you understand that if your court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, Your Honor.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, I understand.
And ma'am, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way or promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes. Yes, ma'am, but it was a really bad mistake. It was just something stupid. I've never stolen anything in my life.
Ms. Gamble, I swear you'll get the opportunity to explain to me, but for right now, let me finish just my part, okay?
Okay.
Ma'am, is it true that on May 15, 2024, you went into a store, Motion Store at Wayne County Airport, which is located in the city of Romulus, County of Wayne, state of Michigan, and you removed items from that store without making payment in full for them?
One item. They took two from me, but it was only one item from that store. I had paid for the item from another store. But they
You
said
took
because
an
I didn't
item- You removed an item from a store that was open to the public without making payment for that item.
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Hadley?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ma'am, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the retail fraud. Mr. Hadley, anything you want to say on behalf of Ms. Gamble before fines and costs are imposed?
Briefly, Your Honors, again, Ms. Gamble, no prior history of any criminal conduct, very emotional state that day at the airport. There've been lengthy delays. As she indicated, there was a little bit of confusion. She had a personal item that she was just able to produce a receipt for, whereas there was a second item that she just pled guilty to without, again, stopping to pay for that other item, which were some headphones. As you can tell, like Ms. Gamble would certainly like to address this court and explain how remorseful and sorry she is.
Thank you. Ms. Gamble, is there something you want to say on your own behalf, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Your Honor. I just want to say that I'm really sorry that I offered to pay for them. I just made a really bad mistake. My dad died. I almost died of a heart attack last year. I had blood clots from COVID, and I just have been really depressed. And my husband bought me those same earbuds, and I lost them, and I just wanted the same ones, and I don't have the money to buy them, and so I took them, and I'm sorry for that. And I just want you to know that we're like not even having meals in the evening because it's so hard right now to live, and I don't know how I'm going to pay for any of this. I don't mind doing community service or volunteering anything I can do just to make this right. I even just offered before I came in the courtroom just to pay for them outright, and they said it was too late. But I just want you to know that I'm really sorry, and I do respect you, and I'm sorry. My mom's a preacher, and this would devastate her. My dad was a preacher too, and he just passed away, and I just don't want anyone to even know about this because I'm so embarrassed about it.
Ms.
And I'm sorry.
Gamble, I understand. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I wanted you to know that it wasn't me, that I didn't know about the previous court date. When I got on the flight, they arrested me. They didn't read me my rights. They just sent me in a cell. They said, go wait to hear from a detective. And then I didn't know. And then they mailed me something, and I was in Florida. I told them I would be in Florida for at least 2 months. So I didn't even know until I came home last week that this had even happened or that I was being prosecuted. So I just want you to be aware that I didn't ignore the court, and I would have been there if I would have known about it. And that's
Ms.
it.
Gamble, I thank you for that, and I appreciate the position that you find yourself in. Mr. Hadley, was there a request for restitution?
No restitutional items were recovered, Your
Okay.
Honor. We would ask at this time, the court, and based on the allocution and the alleged offense, the court imposed fine and cost. Again, there was no plea offer. It was as charged in this matter.
Hello.
Understood. And Ms. Gamble, the court will impose minimal fines and costs in this matter. $100 fine, $100 in costs. There's $75 mandatory crime victims fee. There's $50 show cause fee, $50 mandatory state costs, and $20 fund fee. That's $395. Ma'am, you're able to contact the court's collection department to set a payment plan in this matter.
Okay.
You may come in person and speak to the collections department. You may call and speak to the collections department, or you can go onto the court's website, MI 34th District Court, and submit a request for a payment plan that way. But please do one of those 3 things sooner rather than later, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Your Honor.
Ma'am, you're free to go. You have a great day. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Honor, if there's any chance, my apologies. I realized I left Miss Crystal Gregg kind of pushed to the side. I just needed to get an adjourned free trial date for Miss Crystal Gregg. I'm sorry.
No worries. It's right here. 24WM011560M, Wayne County Airport versus Crystal Gregg. Ma'am, state your name for me, please.
Crystal Gregg.
We're looking for an adjourned date of.
Your Honor, she needs to run. Miss Gregg's in the process of getting some paperwork that actually supports our side of things. If the court could give us approximately 4 weeks, whatever day that would land on for the next airport docket.
September 16th at 8:30.
September 16th at 8:30. Ma'am, you'll be
right.
back here with me, Judge Martin, in courtroom number 1.
Okay, thank you.
And notice of that new date and time will be mailed to you at the address you verified with staff, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Hadley?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Ma'am, you're free to go. You have a good day.
Okay, you too. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lustig, are you ready?
I am indeed, Your Honor.
This is 24WM01533 Wayne County Airport versus Joseph Santu. May I have your appearance, please?
Dove Lustig on behalf of Mr. Santu, Your Honor.
Today was the day and time scheduled for the pre-hearing in this matter. Have you had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Mena, the prosecutor?
I have, and I've been granted the agency authority by my client to enter into the agreement that may or may not be in front of you, placed by Mr. Mena.
It's not in front of me. What's the plea, sir?
The plea is that I will offer a plea of responsible to double parking, and I will ask the court for 2 weeks' time to pay a $300 fine.
Responsible to double parking on behalf of your client, $300 fine, 14 days to pay, and the original charge of speeding in construction zone are dismissed. Is there anything else?
There's not, other than have a great day.
You too. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
23 WM 02367 OM Wayne County Airport versus Chelsea NORAD.
Your Honor,
Your
respectfully,
appearances.
Samar Jadala, P62186, MIDC arraignment counsel, of appearing on behalf of Ms. Nord, Your Honor. Ms. Nord, please say your name.
Chelsea Norrie.
How are we proceeding, Mr. Jadala?
Your Honor, we're going to respectfully request, we ask for a final pretrial on this matter. I've spoken with the airport city attorney. Your Honor, he has assured me that he's putting together a Google Drive that would be able to share for both me and my client of all the digital evidence. We've requested it. It's taken some time for him to receive it. He assures me that it should be on its way very soon, Your Honor.
Mr. Jadala, I don't normally push back, but there was a request for adjournment for CCTV discovery from June.
Yes, ma'am.
What's going on?
Your Honor, from what I don't want to speak. I don't want to speak for Mr. Mena. He's on video now. I don't want to speak for him. I believe CCTV is very difficult to receive from the airport, as he's explained to me, and we've just been patiently waiting to see to receive that.
Your Honor, I'm not sure which case we're on.
This is NORAD.
NORAD, Chelsea NORAD.
Yes, Your Honor, I
Yeah.
have a request in for the video. CCTV is not within the purview of the airport police department. It's maintained by a separate entity, and there is a separate process that has to take place to do that. I have emailed the detective here just prior again today to check on the status of that.
That adjourn date will be?
Mr. Meno, will August 1st be enough?
It should be. I'll know whether they can get the CCTV. For sure, we'll have the body cam for Mr. Jadala.
August 1st at 9:10.
August 1st at 9:10, back here on Zoom with me, Judge Martin, in courtroom number 1. Ma'am, notice of that new date and time will be mailed to you at the address you verified with court staff. Is there anything else, Mr. Jadala?
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. You're free to go. You have a great day.
You too, thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, we're also ready on Tomlin. It's much of the same situation.
WM 00103 A and B, Wayne County Airport versus Jenna Tomlin, your appearances.
Good morning, Your Honor. James Mena for the airport.
Your Honor, respectfully, Samar Jadala, appearing on behalf of Ms. Tomlin. Ms. Tomlin, please say your name for the record.
Jenna Tomlin.
Same thing with video, Mr. Jadala?
Yes, Your Honor.
A little bit different, Your Honor. We did receive a large amount of video on this case. I sent Mr. Jadala a part of that. He's wanting the rest of it. I'm actually downloading it to him right now. He'll have it by the end of the day, so that August 1st date would be fine. That'll give him it's several hours of video, so that should give him enough time to look through it all.
At 9:10.
August 1st at 9:10. Mr. Jadala, this case is not showing as being arraigned. Is it the court's, is it your position that your client will stand mute to these charges?
Your Honor, we wait for my reading and stand mute, correct, Judge.
Thank you. Ms. Tomlin, this is a procedural matter. Even though, although you've appeared previously, it does not appear that you have been arraigned in these matters. The court is setting your bond at $1,000 personal. You don't need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear as directed by the court until this case is resolved in its entirety. Your pretrial is being adjourned over to August 1st, 2024 at 9:10 a.m. That's back here on Zoom with me, Judge Martin, in courtroom number 1. Notice of that new date will be mailed to you at the address you verify with court staff. Mr. Jadala, is there anything else?
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Tomlin, you're free to go. You have a good day. I'll see you on August 1st.
Thanks, you as well.
Thank you. Two four zero five six three oh M Wayne County Airport versus Fred Willis. Mr. Willis, turn your video on, unmute yourself and state your name for me, please, sir.
Fred Willis.
Mr. Willis, the way the court staff had, I'm sorry. The way court staff have you labeled indicate that you're waiving your right to have the assistance of the court-appointed attorney this morning. Is that correct?
Yes.
Have you had the opportunity to speak to the prosecutor, Ms. Manarino?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Manarino, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, the plea offered to Mr. Willis, which he's indicated he wanted to accept, was to plead guilty under 771 for a period of 6 months to the retail fraud. And I did also inform Mr. Willis there was a request for restitution in the amount of $105.17, and he indicated that he would pay that.
Mr. Willis, before the court asks anything of you, I want to disclose to you on the record that I'm married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. I make that disclosure as Van Buren Township is the police agency involved in this matter. My husband is not involved in the day-to-day operations of the Public Safety Department. He doesn't know anything about this case. He doesn't even know that it's scheduled. That disclosure having been made, are you prepared to proceed with the plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. Sir, you had the opportunity to discuss this case with the prosecutor. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, ma'am.
And after having that conversation, sir, you wish to plead guilty as charged to retail fraud.
Yes, ma'am.
And sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, ma'am.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, ma'am.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, ma'am.
You haven't been threatened in any way or promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No, ma'am.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, is it true that on June the 3rd, 2024, you went into the Walmart located in Van Buren Township, a store that was open to the public? You took items for the shelf that were priced for sale. You passed all points of payment without making payment in full for the items in the amount of $105.17.
Yes, ma'am.
Satisfied, Ms. Manarino?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Sir, the court will accept your plea of guilty to retail fraud. As indicated, this plea is taken pursuant to MCL 771.1, which means your sentence is delayed for a period of 6 months. As long as you incur no new criminal offenses in the state of Michigan for that 6-month period of time, you pay the court cost of $300 and you pay restitution in the amount of $105.17. At the end of that 6 months, the case will be administratively reviewed for dismissal. Do you need more than 5 days to pay that total of $405.17?
Yes, ma'am.
Then, Mr. Willis, I'll ask you to do one of 3 things within the next 5 days. I need you to come in person to the court, speak to the collection staff, and set a payment plan. Or you may call and set a payment plan. You may finally go on to the court's website, mi34thdistrictcourt.com. There's a contact us button. If you click on that, it will drop down and allow you to submit a request for a payment plan. But please do one of those 3 things sooner rather than later. As soon as you make your payment in full for the restitution and the cost, then the 6 months without new criminal offenses, the case will be administratively reviewed for dismissal. Before you go, sir, there is a request for fingerprints. The court is signing that order. You must present yourself to Van Buren Township Department of Public Safety within the next 30 days to have your fingerprints taken. Is there anything else, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Willis?
I was just saying if it's possible if I can get like an email of like the numbers and stuff, because I have a paper of the appearance to court, but it just says the court telephone number and it has your guys' email, but I didn't know if it was like, if it's possible if I can call this number for that.
Yep. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
In the upper right-hand corner of that paper is a 734-941 number.
Yes, ma'am.
That's the number you call. You ask to speak to the collections department and they will get you set up on a payment plan.
Okay. Thank you.
You're so welcome. You have a good day.
You too.
This is 1819060T, Van Buren Township versus Cecil George. Your appearance, please.
Angela Marion on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Simon Khalil for the defendant Cecil George. And Mr. George, please state your name for the record.
Cecil George.
Thank you. Today is a day and time scheduled for hearing on the defendant's application to set aside conviction. Ma'am, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. So at the this is for a 1 count of driving while suspended, revoked, or denied back in 2018. At the time of this incident, Mr. George did not have a CDL and he was not involved in an accident. His license was suspended because he had not paid some driver responsibility.
It's going to do it 3 times.
At this time, Your Honor, Mr. George is 36. He is self-employed. He runs his own staffing company that he started back in September of 2023. He also has his own landscaping business that he's had for the past 5 or 6 years. He volunteers at a local soup kitchen. He has, just reading my notes here, I believe 5 minor children and 1 adult child. But with all of his children, he remains actively involved in the children's school. He volunteers by reading to the classes, participates at events and the children's sports activities. His children live with him and also his girlfriend lives with him. He does indicate that there was a time previously where he was back around 2013 where he thinks, this is a 2018 conviction, but he does believe that his criminal record has impacted his employment opportunities. He would like to get this behind him. He does have a valid license at this time. We would respectfully request that the court grant his motion.
Ms. Manarino, does the township take any position?
Your Honor, the people have no objection to the relief sought.
Thank you. Mr. George, is there anything you'd like to say on your own behalf, sir?
Yes, I just want to thank the courts for, allowing me to get rid of my felonies. I've been working very hard at just, doing the right thing, and just can't wait to be free finally.
Hello?
Mr. George, thank you for appearing this morning. The court has reviewed the application in its entirety along with the letter submitted from the Attorney General's office. The court will grant the application. Ms. Khalil, if you would have your office submit an order to the court that set aside the conviction, the court will sign it. Is there anything else this morning on behalf of Mr. George?
Nothing further, and thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you. That concludes this matter, sir. You're free to go. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you.
Have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hadley?
Your Honor, I need to approach the virtual bench with Miss Manarino when she's available.
What do you need to, take Miss Manarino into your breakout room, okay?
I will right now, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Right here. Ms. Fuller, have you had the opportunity to speak to the prosecutor?
Yes, miss. Yes, I was able to speak with him a few moments ago.
Okay. I'm just, as soon as he comes back, I'll get your, did you reach an agreement with him?
Yes, I'm a retired officer and a decorated veteran, so he offered me 3 months with fines and penalties, and then I would be offered my weapon back and it would be taken off of my record. I did explain to him that I have not received employment since
Ma'am,
that.
Ma'am, I need you to stop for just 1 second. This is 24WM01504M Wayne County Airport versus Delise Fuller. Would you state your name for me, please?
Delise Fuller.
Thank you. Ms. Fuller, the way court staff have you labeled indicate that you're waiving your right to have the assistance of the court-appointed attorney. Is that correct?
Yes, miss.
And you've indicated to the court that you have had communication and contact with the prosecutor, and it's your understanding and agreement that you'll be tendering a plea of guilty to the checkpoint violation, and that the plea is taken pursuant to 771.1, so long as you incur no new criminal offenses in the case in the state of Michigan for the next 3 months. The case will be administratively reviewed for dismissal, so long as you have no new cases and you pay the cost assessed by the court. Is that how you wish to proceed?
Yes, miss.
Raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, miss.
Thank you. But also what, ma'am, you were starting to say?
By me not having a job, he was asking for me to request to ask you, can I get a payment plan?
Absolutely. Ma'am, you understand that if the court accepts your plea of guilty this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, miss.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, miss.
And ma'am, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily.
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way or promised anything to get you to plead guilty in this matter.
No.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
It was an accident, but yes, I was my negligence to bring that. I was called in to work and it was 4 in the morning.
So ma'am, is it true that on June 18, 2024, at Wayne County Airport, which is located City of Romulus, County of Wayne, State of Michigan, you brought a dangerous weapon to the airport?
Yes, miss.
That weapon being?
38 Ruger 380.
Thank you. Satisfied, Mr. Mena?
I'm satisfied, Your Honor.
Ma'am, the court accepts your plea of guilty as charged to the checkpoint violation. As indicated previously, the sentence is taken pursuant to MCL 771.1, which means it's delayed for a period of 3 months, so long as you incur no new criminal offenses in the state of Michigan during that 3-month period of time, and you pay the court cost of $600. The case will be administratively reviewed for dismissal. At the end of that 3 months, you may also contact the Wayne County Airport Police Authority for the return of that weapon. And ma'am, you may contact the court for a payment plan. You can do that in one of 3 ways. You may call the court and speak to the collections department. You may come in person and speak to the collections department, or you may go onto the court's website, mi34thdistrictcourt.com, and submit a request for a payment plan under the contact us option, okay?
Yes.
Is there anything else, Mr. Mena?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Ms. Fuller?
No, it was truly an accident. I
Ma'am,
live over here
understand.
yeah.
No, I understand. If there's nothing else, you're free to go. You have a great day.
Thank you.
and Ms. Shafufi appears on this docket representing.
Hello,
people?
Judge.
How did that? You just disappear? You don't send a card, a note,
I miss
a
you
Western
guys. I
Union or
miss you so
anything?
much. You guys are my favorite court.
And that's why you leave us the way you did. Oh my
Oh, I'll
gosh.
see you guys soon, Judge. Wink, wink.
Don't tease us. Are you ready with your client,
Ready,
ma'am?
we're ready, Judge.
This is 24WM00942 Wayne County Airport versus Antoinette Stitz. May I have your appearances?
James Mena for the airport, Your Honor.
And good afternoon, Judge, or good morning, Judge. Good morning to your amazing staff. Rima Fufi, PA2800, appearing on behalf of Ms. Stitz, who I believe is in the Zoom.
Yes, I'm here.
Turn your video on. State your name for me, please, ma'am.
Okay, I'm turning it on right now.
While your client's doing that, Ms. Shafufi, how are we proceeding with this morning's arraignment and pretrial?
Judge, we've been given
My
a
name
generous
is Antoinette
offer.
Stitz.
We've been given a generous offer, but we would like to set this for one final pretrial to finalize the negotiations.
Ms. Shafufi, although your client's appeared before, it does not appear that she has been arraigned. For purposes of arraignment, how are we proceeding?
We waive formal reading, stand mute, Judge.
Thank you. Ms. Stitz, the court is setting your bond in this matter at $5,000 personal. You do not need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear as directed by this court until this case is resolved in its entirety. Your pretrial will be adjourned and that due date will be
August 1st at 9:20.
August the 1st at 9:20 a.m. That's back here on Zoom with me, Judge Martin, in courtroom number 1. Notice of the new date and time will be mailed to you at the address we have on record. Is there anything else in this case, Mr. Mena?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Ms. Shafufi?
No, Your Honor, thank you so much, and it's always a pleasure.
Thank you. Ms. Stitz, I will see you on August 1st. You have a good day.
Okay, you too. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis. Mr. Jadala, which?
Your Honor, we're ready on Miss Perry.
These are this is 2400960D. And there are, sorry, there's also 20VB02249 A and B. These are all Van Buren Township versus Marissa Perry. Your appearances, please.
Your Honor, respectfully, Samar Jadala, P62186, appearing on behalf of Mrs. Perry. Ms. Perry, please say your name for the record.
Marissa Perry.
Thank you. How are we proceeding this morning, Mr. Jadala?
Your Honor, at this time, on the 20VB02249A matter, that's being reduced to no operator's license on person. The B ticket is being reduced to failing to report. On the 240096, should be pleading as charged to operating while intoxicated. The driving while license suspended is being reduced to a no operator's license on person. Mrs. Perry understands the right she is waiving by taking this plea, Judge.
Thank you. Ms. Perry, would you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in these matters will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. Ma'am, you've had the opportunity to discuss these cases with Mr. Jadala. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes.
And after having that conversation, ma'am, is it your understanding and agreement that you will be pleading to no operator's license on person, failure to report an accident, a second count of no operator's license on person, and operating while intoxicated?
Yes.
And ma'am, you understand that if the court accepts your pleas this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor?
Yes.
And ma'am, you're entering these pleas freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way or promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Ma'am, is it true that on June 17, 2020, in Van Buren Township, you operated a motor vehicle with no operator's license on your person?
Yes.
Is it also true that on June 17, 2020, again in Van Buren Township, you failed to report an accident?
Yes.
Ma'am, the court will accept your pleas of guilty to no operator's license and failure to report an accident. Mr. Jadala, were you prepared to proceed with sentencing in these 2020 cases this morning, or did you want it to be with the 2024 case?
Your Honor, I believe it'd probably be better to proceed to sentencing now, currently, immediate sentencing on the 2020 cases, and she understands the process for the operating while intoxicated matter.
Thank you. Is there anything you want to say regarding these 2020 matters, Mr. Jadala?
Just that, Your Honor, she is remorseful. She was going through an extremely abusive relationship at the time, and it was her attempt to flee a situation, Your Honor. She understands that she should have handled it better and reached out to the police. She is apologetic, Your Honor, and she wishes to put this behind her. She's in a much better place now as we speak.
Thank you. Ms. Perry, is there anything you want to say on your own behalf, ma'am?
No.
For the no operator's license case, the court will impose a fine of $100, cost of $100. There's $75 mandatory crime victims fee. There's $50 warrant fee. There's $50 mandatory state cost, $20 fund fee, $50 late fee, and $45 clearance fee. That's $490. On the failure to report, it will be the same $100 fine, $100 cost, $75 mandatory crime victims fee, $50 warrant fee, $50 in state costs, $20 fund fee, $50 late fee, and $45 clearance fee. Ms. Perry, you may contact the court's collections department to set a payment plan in these matters. You can do that by calling the court, coming in person and speaking to someone, or going online to the court's website. There is a contact us button that will allow you to submit a request for a payment plan that way, but please do one of those three things sooner rather than later.
Yes.
Thank you. And then, Ms. Perry, you remain under oath. Is it true that on February the 9th, 2024, again in Van Buren Township, you operated a motor vehicle while you were intoxicated and with no operator's license on your person?
Yes.
Ma'am, the court will accept your pleas of guilty to those two counts. As Mr. Jadala indicated, because this is a drinking and driving offense, the court's policy and procedure is to refer the matter to the court's probation department. The probation department will be in contact with you by phone and by email. What you must do is respond to their efforts to be in contact or communication with you. There will be forms for you to complete. There will be an interview for you to submit to. They will develop a sentence recommendation and schedule you to return to this court for a sentence to be imposed in this as relates to the 2024 cases only, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Jadala, was there anything else?
Nothing further, Your Honor. If I could just add the court and the clerk, if they could send Mr. Batar's cases also to the MIDC waiting room, we'll be covering those also.
I appreciate that. And Mr. Jadala, Ms. Perry had not been arraigned. My presumption is that you will have her stand mute to the charges, even though we've taken the plea. I just want to have us procedurally square in these cases.
And for the record, Your Honor, we will waive formal reading and stand mute on the 2020 and 2024 charges. Yes, Judge.
Thank you. Ms. Perry, it's just a procedural issue. I'm setting your bond at $5,000 personal. You don't need to post any money. We just need to be sure that we do everything that we're supposed to do in terms of moving the file forward. We're referring it to the probation department to develop this sentence recommendation that we just discussed.
Yes, ma'am.
And they will send you, after they speak to you and develop that recommendation, they will schedule you to come back to this courtroom for sentence to be imposed. Is there anything else, Mr. Jadala?
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Perry, good luck to you, ma'am. I will see you at sentencing. You have a good afternoon, okay?
You as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr., is it Zupke?
Zupke, Judge. Hello, good morning.
Zupke, have you spoken to the prosecutor in this matter?
Yes, we have a resolution to 2 counts of double parking at $400. Can I just accept that?
Can I call the case first, please?
Yes.
Thank you. You said 2 counts and I see 1 file.
One count, Your Honor.
Thank
One
you.
count of double parking.
This is 24WM01584 OT, Wayne County Airport versus George Peck. Your appearance, please.
James Bennett for the airport, Your Honor.
Jordan Zupke for Mr. Peck, who I don't see present, but if I'd waive his appearance, Judge, since it's a civil infraction plea.
He's coming out. He's here.
I see him.
It says Elliot Peck. My file says George Peck.
It is George Peck. I don't know what. Mr. Peck, unmute and explain. Will you say your
Yes,
name?
it's my son set up this computer program and inadvertently put it in.
Thank you, Mr. Peck. Your attorney was starting to say we're proceeding how this morning, sir?
Fine, thank you, Your Honor, and you?
I'm good. How are we proceeding?
Your
Judge,
Honor.
there-
Oh, go ahead.
Parking $400. Mr. Peck will happily accept that offer, thereby dismissing the misdemeanor.
Mr. Peck, you've had the opportunity to discuss this case with your attorney. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties?
Yes, I do.
And after having that conversation, sir, is your understanding that you be entering a plea of responsible to the added count of double parking, the original misdemeanor will be dismissed?
Yes, Your Honor.
The court accepts your plea of responsible to the double parking and dismisses the failure to report. The court will assess a fine of $400. Do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
I am out of town, Your Honor, right now. Can I mail it in, or do you have a wire transfer process?
You're able to pay it online or you may mail it in. Mr. Peck, let's say 14 days so that you don't.
Okay. I will pay it online today when I find the site.
Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Mena?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Zupke?
No, thank you, Mr. Mena.
Zupke.
Thank-
We'll see ya.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Mena.
you.
Thank you, Judge.
See you, Mr. Peck.
Okay, everyone.
Yeah.
You should have them.
Bye, Judge.
Thank you. Take care. Ms. Burns, I see you. As soon as I can get a response from Mr. Davis. I don't want you to think I'm ignoring you. I have your file right under my right arm. I'm just waiting for your attorney to. I know, we knew about the 2 and then the other 2. Thanks. 2, 3, 3.
There should be another one in there.
There's 3, and we only needed 1. Thank you.
Georgia.
Good, thank you. You are wonderful. If I could just get. Oh, Mr. Dubin's here. Mr. Dubin, is your client with you?
No, Your Honor. It's reduced to a double parking, so I'm gonna waive her appearance.
Wait,
Anna Smith, Your Honor, is the first name.
Isaiah?
No, Anna. It's just a civil infraction. AHNA.
Ah. 24VB01771. This is Van Buren Township versus Anna Smith. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Angela Mannering on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor, to you and your staff. Attorney Maxwell Dubin, P number 86012, on behalf of the defendant in this matter. I do have authority to enter a plea on their behalf and to waive their appearance this morning.
Enter a plea to what, Mr. Dubin?
My client would plead responsible to 1 count of double parking, Your Honor.
And the fine is $245, Your Honor.
Correct, Your Honor.
245?
Yes, Judge.
The court accepts the plea of responsible proffered by Mr. Dubin, assesses the fine of $245. Does your client need more than 5 days to pay, sir?
Yeah, Your Honor, can just to be safe, can we do 14 days? Would that be okay with the court?
14 days to pay. See, that's why you never say it out loud, because then everybody wants it. Anything else, Mr. Dubin?
No, Your Honor, I apologize, I guess. I'm sorry.
No, don't apologize. That
Thank you so
concludes this
much.
matter. You're free to have a good day, sir.
Good to see you, Your Honor, and I hope you, your staff, and everyone has a good day.
You too. Mr. Hadley, I have your Patterson files. Are we ready with?
Absolutely. I will bring Mr. Patterson in right now, Your Honor.
We'll take Ms. Nielsen first.
Very good.
I don't know what to do to get Mr. Davis, Maurice Davis's attention. I don't know if we put him out and maybe he'll notice.
Yes.
Mr. Davis, Mr. Davis, don't leave. I'll do one case with Mr. Hadley and then I'll do your two clients. 2405050 M Wayne County, Van Buren Township versus Carrie Nielsen. Your appearance.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Josh Hadley, appearing on behalf of the defendant, Ms. Carrie Nielsen. I have advised Ms. Nielsen of any potential conflict this court may have. She would like to make for the record, she waives that. Your Honor, at this time, we will be pleading guilty. I'm sorry, Ms. Nielsen, please state your name for the court.
Carrie Nielsen, defendant.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, we would like to go ahead and move forward. The people have made a plea offer as charged to the fraudulent checks. We will be pleading guilty. There's been a demand of $2,500 in restitution. We would like to set that for a restitution hearing down the road, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Nielsen, raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. May put your hand down. Ma'am, you've had the opportunity to discuss this case with Mr. Hadley. And you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, I do.
And after having that conversation, ma'am, it's your understanding and agreement that you'll be tendering a plea of guilty to fraudulent checks, $50 or less.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, Your Honor. I understand.
And ma'am, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
I am.
You haven't been threatened in any way or promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yep. Yes, Your Honor.
Yes?
Sorry.
Thank you. Ma'am, is it true that on April 11, 2024, in Van Buren Township, that you did with intent to defraud, make or deliver a check, draft, or order for payment, knowing that at the time of making that payment, there were not sufficient funds on deposit with the bank to satisfy the instrument that was submitted?
That's true, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Hadley?
We are, Your Honor. I can give a very brief allocution.
Ma'am, the court will accept your plea of guilty as charged. Mr. Hadley, allocution.
Your Honor, this matter involved basically a hotel owner and some folks that were staying at the hotel. The basis really for this check was Ms. Nielsen knew the funds weren't in there. She now understands that you can't future date a check. But what happened was she wrote a check for a date in the future, asked that the business owner hold that check while they paid the money that was owed. My understanding is, again, that does satisfy the elements right there of the crime itself, but her intent never was to write this check and defraud somebody. It was asked to be held. So again, she doesn't use that as an excuse, just more some context of what was going on. And to help Ms. Manarino and this court understand why we would be setting the matter for a restitution hearing. Ms. Nielsen, sorry for what she did, as you heard her state to the court today, pled guilty, and we ask this court to consider that when fashioning sentence in the matter.
Thank you. Ms. Nielsen, is there anything you want to say on your own behalf?
No, not at this time, Your Honor. I do apologize.
Ma'am, the court accepts your plea. I understand, ma'am. The court accepts your plea of guilty and will impose the following: a fine of $100, cost of $100, there's $75 mandatory crime victims fee, $50 mandatory state cost, and $20 fund fee. That's $345. The court has made a notation in the file that the probation department is to schedule this matter for hearing as to restitution, send notice to the victim in this case, which is listed as the Belleville Lodge.
Yes, Your Honor, that's the corporate entity of the Red Oak Inn.
And schedule you to come back to this court for a hearing as to restitution only.
And Your
Is
Honor,
there
if we can
anything
get that
else, Mr.
resolved in
Hadley?
advance of the restitution, we will obviously notify the court and take it off if we come to a stipulated amount.
I appreciate that. Thank you, sir. Ms. Nielsen, other than that, do you need more than 5 days to pay the fines and costs that the court just assessed?
Actually, I do.
Then, ma'am, I need you to contact the court's collection department. You may come in person and speak to someone. You may call and speak to someone, or you can go onto the court's website, mi34thdistrictcourt.com. There's a contact us button. If you click on that button, you may submit a request for a payment plan that way. If there's nothing else, you're free to go. You have a great day, okay?
All right. Thanks. You too. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Davis, thank you. This is 24BB00423OM. Van Buren Township versus Cassandra Barnes. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Angela Mandarin on behalf of the people.
And good morning, Your Honor. Maurice Davis, P76203, appearing with Cassandra Barnes, who's present appearing via Zoom. Miss Barnes, state your name.
Cassandra Barnes.
Thank you. Today was the day and time scheduled for the adjourned pretrial. Mr. Davis, how are we proceeding?
Judge, we are prepared to enter a plea of guilty as charged. We're asking the court for fines only, and the prosecutor, I don't believe, has any objections to that.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Barnes, would you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, ma'am. You may put your hand down. Mr. Davis, I know you're aware of the fact that I'm married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. I make that disclosure as Van Buren Township is the police agency that investigated this matter. My husband's not involved in the day-to-day operations of the public safety department. He doesn't know anything about this case. He doesn't know that it's scheduled. That disclosure having been made, are we prepared to proceed with this plea, sir?
Yes, and I did not find any conflict, Judge.
Thank you, ma'am. You understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes.
And ma'am, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way or promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Ma'am, is it true that on February 18th, 2024, you went into the Walmart located in Van Buren Township, a store that was open to the public for sale? You picked up items off the shelf that were priced for sale to the general public, and you passed all attempts at all. Let me see. That you failed to scan all items and remit payment for all items.
I do. Yes.
Are you satisfied, Mr. Davis?
I'm satisfied, Judge.
Thank you. Satisfied, Ms. Manarino?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Ma'am, the court accepts your plea of guilty as charged to the retail fraud in this matter. Mr. Davis, is there anything you want to say before fines and costs are imposed in this matter?
The court's going to impose fines and costs. I believe that's appropriate. That's what both parties are recommending. That's what my client is asking for. So we're prepared to proceed.
Thank you. Any request for restitution, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Barnes, is there anything you want to say on your own behalf, ma'am? Uh-oh. What happened to Ms. Barnes?
You gone?
She's gone. Mr. Davis?
Yes.
She's been here and I've seen her, so I'm gonna set the file on the side. Hopefully she'll log right back in. There's maybe a small glitch, but I know you have another matter. 240363OM. This is Van Buren Township versus Jordan Michaels.
Angela Mandarin on behalf of the people.
And Maurice Davis appearing with Jordan Michaels, who's present appearing via Zoom. Mr. Michaels, state your name.
Jordan Michaels.
Thank you. Today was a day and time scheduled for the adjourned pretrial. Mr. Davis, how are we proceeding?
Judge, there are 8 counts here. My client is prepared to enter a plea of no contest due to potential civil liability to 4 of those counts of assault and battery. We're asking the court to take that under 771.1. I believe the prosecutor is recommending are you recommending a mental health assessment?
Your Honor, either a psych evaluation or an anger management. I don't know which
Anger
is
management.
more appropriate in these circumstances.
A no contest plea to 4 counts, 771.
Yes.
On which 4 counts, Mr. Davis?
The first 4.
Yeah, I don't have a preference, Your Honor. We'd leave that to the court's discretion.
Thank you. Mr. Michaels, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. May put your hand down. Sir, you've had the opportunity to discuss this case with Mr. Davis, and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, ma'am.
And after having that conversation, sir, is your understanding and agreement that you'll be entering no contest pleas this morning to 4 counts of assault and battery?
Yes, ma'am.
And sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, ma'am.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, ma'am.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, ma'am.
You haven't been threatened in any way or promised anything to
No,
get you to
ma'am.
enter the plea? Thank you. I'm sorry, Mr. Davis, the basis of the no contest plea are?
Potential civil liability.
Thank you. Mr. Davis, do you have any objection to the court relying on the complaint in the file for the factual basis for the plea?
No objection.
Thank you. The complaint filed in this matter indicates as to counts 1 through 4, which is where the court will enter the no contest pleas. That complaint indicates that on or about March 4, 2024, from approximately 4:26 p.m. to 6:11 p.m., while or at or near 11760 Belleville Road, a location within Van Buren Township, defendant Michaels did commit 4 acts of assault or assault and battery upon another person, to wit, Lindsay Wilson Crosby, by striking her with an open palm, a water bottle, and a stick, as well as spraying her with an aerosol substance 3 times. Mr. Davis, is there anything else you want to say before the court enters the no contest, please?
No, Judge.
Are the people satisfied, Ms. Manarino?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Mr. Michaels, the court will enter no contest pleas on your behalf on counts 1 through 4. Counts 4 through 8 will be dismissed. Mr. Davis, was there anything else before sentence was imposed in this matter?
My client's 27. He takes full responsibility for what happened. He was, at the time, thought he was joking around with her. The feelings weren't mutual. He realizes that he needs to keep his hands to himself going forward. I've talked to him several times. He's willing to comply with any conditions that the court gives. So that's the court to sentence him under 771.1 and give him a chance to earn a dismissal.
771.1 for a period of how long? Was that discussed by and between the attorneys?
It was
Yes,
not.
Your Honor.
Oh.
Well, I asked for 12 months. I don't know if Mr. Davis is agreeable to 12 months.
I would ask the court for a 6-month period.
Thank you. Mr. Davis, the court will adopt the recommendation made by Ms. Manarino and set it for 12 months. Other than anger management, was there anything else, Ms. Manarino?
Your Honor, I would ask that the defendant not have contact with Ms. Wilson Crosby during the time that he's on probation.
Was there anything else, Mr. Davis?
No, nothing else.
Thank you. Mr. Michaels,
Yes, ma'am.
the court has dismissed count 5 through 8, enter pleas of no contest in counts 1 through 4. Was there anything else you wanted to say on your own behalf, sir?
No, ma'am.
I'm gonna tell, yeah, I'll have them bring her own. That should.
The court will impose costs in this matter of $600, order Mr. Michaels to anger management, and that he have no contact with the victim in this case. And sir, no contact means no contact. 12 months. Is there anything else, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Davis?
Not in this matter, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Michaels, you're free to go. You have a great day.
Thank you. You as well.
Thank you.
And Judge, I do have Ms. Barnes on speaker. She can hear you if you want to. I know the court was prepared to enter a fine.
Ms. Barnes, would you state your name for me, ma'am?
Cassandra Barnes.
Ms. Barnes, the court is taking your plea of guilty as charged to the retail fraud in 24VB004230M. And before fines or costs could be assessed, the court lost the connection. Ma'am, was there something you want to say on your own behalf this morning?
No, sorry.
Ma'am, the court will impose minimal fines and costs, fine of $100, cost of $100, there's $75 mandatory crime victims fee, $50 mandatory state costs, and $20 fund fee. That's $345. Do you need more than 5 days to pay this amount?
No.
5 days to pay, and that will conclude the matter. Is there anything else, Mr. Davis?
No, nothing else.
Thank you. Ms. Barnes, you have a good day. You're free to go.
Thank you.
Thank you much.
Two, four, WM 01578OT. This is Wayne County Airport versus Jonathan Ridner. Sir, state your name for me, please.
Yes, Jonathan Reitner.
Reitner, Mr. Reitner, the way court staff have you labeled indicate that you're waiving your right to have the assistance of the court-appointed attorney this morning. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had the opportunity to speak to the prosecutor, Mr. Mena?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Mena, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, in exchange for a guilty plea to no operator's license on person, will dismiss the drama license suspended.
Was that your understanding, Mr. Reitner?
Yes, ma'am.
Raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. Sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, ma'am.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, ma'am.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily.
Excuse me?
I say you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily.
Yes, ma'am.
You haven't been threatened in any way or promised anything to get you to
No,
plead
ma'am.
guilty. Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, is it true that on June the 25th, 2024, at Wayne County Airport, which is located in the city of Romulus, you operated a motor vehicle with no operator's license on your person?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, the court accepts your plea of guilty to no operator's license on person. Is there anything you want to say before fines and costs are imposed?
I was wondering if I could go on a payment plan.
Absolutely. Was there anything else you wanted to say, sir?
No, ma'am. That's it.
Thank you. The court will impose the following. There's a fine of $100. There's cost of $100. There's $75 mandatory crime victims fee. There's $50 mandatory state cost and $20 fund fee. That's $345. Mr. Reiner, you may contact the court's collection department in one of three ways. You can come in person and speak to someone. You may call the phone number that's on your notice in the upper right-hand corner, ask for the collections department, or you can go onto the court's website, mi34thdistrictcourt.com. There's a contact us button. If you click on that button, it will allow you to submit a request for a payment plan. But please do one of those three things sooner rather than later. When you contact the court for the collection plan, be advised that you have some other outstanding matters with the court from Huron Township 2022, where you owe money for impeding traffic, a registration or plate violation, and no proof of insurance. You owe the court $1,194 on those matters. When you call and set a payment plan for today's case, they can set a payment plan for those other matters as well, okay?
Okay,
Have a good day, sir. You're free to go.
thank you.
Thank you. This is 21-WM-02261 OM Wayne County Airport versus Olivia Walton.
Hi.
Ms. Walton, it looks like we've lost Mr. Jadala. When he comes back out, I will recall this case.
Okay.
Mr. Bolahanis, are we ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
This is 20-WM-031930M Wayne County Airport versus D'Angelo Denard. May I have your appearances,
James
please?
Meta for the airport, Your Honor.
Gregory Bulahanis on behalf of Mr. Denard D'Angelo, Your Honor.
State your name for me, sir. Unmute yourself.
D'Angelo Denard.
Thank you. Mr. Bolahanis, today is the day and time scheduled for the arraignment and pretrial in this matter. How are we proceeding?
Waive the reading of the complaint, Your Honor. My client stands mute for purposes of arraignment, and we did resolve the matter via pre-trial.
And the resolution, sir.
Your Honor, the resolution is that my client's going to plead guilty to disorderly conduct, 771, and the recommendation is for 3 months and to pay fines and costs.
Thank you. Sir, would you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, ma'am.
Thank you. You may put your hand down, sir. You've had the opportunity to discuss this case with Mr. Bolahanis, and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, ma'am.
And after having that conversation, sir, is your understanding and agreement that you will be entering a plea of guilty to the added count of disorderly conduct and the original charge of disorderly intoxication would be dismissed?
Yes, ma'am.
And sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, ma'am.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
I do, Your Honor.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, ma'am.
You haven't been threatened in any way or promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No, ma'am.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, is it true that on November 30th, 2020, at the Wayne County Airport, which is located in the city of Romulus County, Wayne, state of Michigan, you were a disorderly person? You did something that impact or impede the flow of passengers?
It's true, Your Honor.
Thank you. Satisfied, Mr. Bolahanis?
I'm satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Mena?
I'm satisfied, Your Honor.
Sir, the court accepts your plea of guilty to being a disorderly person, will dismiss the original charges in this matter. As indicated by Mr. Bolahanis, this plea is taken pursuant to 771.1 for a period of 3 months, so long as you incur no new criminal offenses in the state of Michigan and you pay costs of $300, the case will be administratively reviewed for dismissal. The court is able to apply the previous posted bond. Do you need more than 5 days to pay the balance, sir?
No, I don't.
Mr. Bolahanis, anything else?
Your Honor, what was the bond? I wasn't aware that there was a cash.
150.
Okay, so balance is 150. Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Denard, you're free to go. You have a great day.
You too. Thank
You
you.
and staff have a great day, Your Honor. Thank you so much.
You too, sir. This is a recall of 21WM02261 Wayne County Airport versus Olivia Walton.
Respectfully, Your Honor, Sam Rajadala, P62186, appearing on behalf of Mrs. Walton. Ms. Walton, please say your name.
Hi, I'm Olivia Walton.
Your Honor,
Thank you, go ahead, Mr. Jadala, please.
I'm not sure if Mrs. Walton has been arraigned, but if she has not, for purposes of arraignment, would waive formal reading and stand mute. And at this time, she will be pleading as charged under 771.1 for 3 months to defrauding an innkeeper. She does understand the rights she is waiving by doing so, Judge.
Thank you. Ms. Walton, raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. May put your hand down. Ma'am, you've had the opportunity to discuss this case with Mr. Jadala, and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, ma'am.
And after having that conversation, that you're understanding and agreement that you'll be entering plea of guilty as charged to defrauding an innkeeper.
Yes, ma'am.
And ma'am, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, ma'am.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, ma'am.
And ma'am, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way or promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No, ma'am.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Ma'am, is it true that on September 15, 2021 at Wayne County Airport, which is located in the city of Romulus, County of Wayne, state of Michigan, you defrauded an innkeeper by failing to pay the parking establishment the fee that was due?
Yes, ma'am.
Satisfied, Mr. Mena?
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Jadala?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Ma'am, the court accepts your plea of guilty as charged to defrauding an innkeeper as indicated by Mr. Jadala, since this matter, plea in this matter is taken pursuant to MCL 771.1 with your sentence delayed for a period of 3 months, so long as you incur no new criminal offenses in the state of Michigan and pay $200 in costs. The case will be administratively reviewed for dismissal. The court is able to apply the previously posted bond of $150. Do you need more than 5 days to pay the?
Your Honor, we're also seeking $64 in restitution from standard parking.
I paid that.
Okay, then we're fine with the rest of it.
We're fine. Apply bond in 5 days to pay the balance, Ms. Walton?
So I need to pay $50 in 5 days?
Correct.
Okay, that's no problem.
Anything else, Mr. Jadala?
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. You're free to go. You have a good day.
You as well, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hadley,
Yes, Your Honor.
these are 23019. Sorry, 2301090M, 2301080M, 24VB014390M, and 22VB016220M. These are all Van Buren Township versus James Patterson. May I have your appearances, please?
Yes, good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Josh Hadley appearing on behalf of the defendant, Mr. James Patterson. Mr. Patterson, please there you go. Please state your name for the court, Mr. Patterson.
Hi. James.
Good
Patterson.
morning, sir. Thank you,
Good evening,
Mr.
Mr.
Patterson.
Patterson.
Today was the day and time scheduled for the arraignment, show cause arraignment and pretrial, and the case that ends in 1439. The other 3 files that the court called are in warrant status. The court is recalling the warrant in those 3 matters. Mr. Hadley, for purposes of this morning's arraignment and pretrial, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we'll waive the formal reading of the arraignment. I have advised my client of his rights. We've discussed these cases. He would like to go ahead at this time and plead guilty to the open cases on the 230108, 230109, 24VB01439. And we would ask the court recall the warrant on the 2022 case. And
Thank you. The court has recalled the warrant in all of those matters. And thereafter, Mr. Hadley.
Your Honor, we would ask that the matter be set out for sentencing date to allow Mr. Patterson to meet with probation department to draft a sentencing recommendation. There's been some discussion with myself and opposing counsel about getting a potential mental evaluation done in advance of the sentencing. We're going to work through that. And yeah, I guess we're just asking for a date to be set out for sentencing, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Patterson, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this
Yes.
matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Sir, you've had the opportunity to discuss your cases this morning with Mr. Hadley, and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes.
And after having that conversation, sir, you wish to plead guilty as charged in the 3 open matters.
Yes.
And sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes.
And sir, you're entering these pleas freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way or promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Sir, is it true that on May the 17th, 2024, in Van Buren Township, you maliciously used a telephone or a telecommunications device?
I can
Is that
voir
true,
dire, Your
Mr.
Honor.
Patterson? I'm
Yes.
sorry,
I can voir dire if you, oh, we got it. He said yes, Your Honor. I'm sorry, I just didn't hear him.
he did. And Mr. Patterson, is it true that on February 9th, 2023, again in Van Buren Township, you committed retail fraud by going into the stacks, which was open to the public with items for sale, and you took items passing all points of entry, I'm sorry, all points of payment without making payment in full for those items?
Yes.
And then, Mr. Patterson, is it also true that on February 8th, 2023, again in Van Buren Township, you went into the Stacks on that day, Stacks, the store that was open to the public, and you removed items from the shelves that were priced for sale, past all points of payment without making payment for those items?
Yes.
Satisfied, Ms. Manarino?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Hadley?
Absolutely, yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Patterson, the court accepts your pleas of guilty to the 2 retail frauds and the malicious use of telephone. The court will refer the matter to the probation department for PSI, pre-sentence interview. They will develop a sentence recommendation and schedule you to return to this court for sentence to be imposed. The court has already recalled the warrant in the case, the 2022 case where you had a trial. Is there anything else in these matters, Mr. Hadley?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Patterson, the court's probation department will be in contact with you by phone and by email. Please respond to their efforts to be in communication with you. I will see you at your sentence date. Have a good day, sir. Good luck to you.
All right. Thank you. Bye.
You're
Thank you, Your
welcome.
Honor.
This is 240537 OM. This is Van Buren Township versus Tierra Dunn.
Correct for Your Honor, Sam Richardala, P 62186, appearing on behalf of Mrs. Dunn. Your Honor, at this time, we'd wait for more reading. Staying mute, Your Honor. Ms. Dunn, please say your name.
Tierra Dunn.
There's a bond recommendation asking that for bond of 3,010%, Mr. Jadala.
Your Honor, at this time, we respectfully request a personal bond in this matter. Ms. Dunn will appear as directed by this court, Your Honor, and she does not represent any kind of threat, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Dunn, the court will set your bond at 3,000 personal for purposes of pretrial. How are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we're just respectfully requesting we adjourn this pretrial so I could get some discovery from Ms. Manarino, and Ms. Manarino did request time to contact and reach out to the victim.
And I'll get you in order, Mr. Jadala.
Thank you.
August pre-trial is adjourned to, I'm sorry, Mary Ann, August 1st at 9:20 a.m. Back here on Zoom with me, Judge Martin, in courtroom number 1. Ms. Dunn, notice of that new date and time will be mailed to you at the address we have on record. Anything else, Mr. Jadala?
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, Mr. Jadala, there is one issue. The prosecution has submitted a request for fingerprints. Ms. Dunn, the court is signing that order. Please go to the Van Buren Township Department of Public Safety before your next hearing date. Have your fingerprints taken at that facility.
May I say something?
Not about the case.
Okay, then never mind.
You sure?
No, I was just gonna say, I should already have fingerprints in the system, so do you need recent ones?
We need fingerprints for this case, ma'am. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. I'll see you on August 1st. Have a good afternoon, okay?
You too, thank you.
Thank you. This is 230691 OD. This is Van Buren Township versus Delaney Moya.
Your Honor, respectfully, Simon Jadala, appearing on behalf of Mr. Moya. Mr. Moya, please say your name for the record.
Delaney Moya.
Thank you, sir. Today is the day and time scheduled for the adjourned pretrial. Mr. Jadala, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, at this time, Your Honor, Mr. Moya is still consulting with immigration attorneys for to see the immigration consequences to any type of plea. Your Honor, he's also let me know that he will be traveling to both Belgium and the Netherlands, leaving within the next few days for work and for his son's wedding, returning in about a month. We ask if this court would give us a court date sometime next month, Your Honor, late next month, in order for him to finish consulting with the immigration attorney and have the ability to travel.
Any objection, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. The defendant may travel for work and for his son's wedding. We'll set the adjourned pretrial out at least 1 month.
September 19th
That would be perfect, Judge.
at 8:30.
September 19th at 8:30, back here on Zoom with me, Judge Martin, in courtroom number 1. Anything else, Mr. Jadala?
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you for your consideration in this matter.
Thank you.
No worries. Mr. Moya, good luck to you. Have fun at the wedding.
Thank you.
You're free to go.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, just a telegraph, I'm not sure if the court knows, I'm also going to be representing Gambro, Donnelly, Dorr Horton also.
Thank you. These are 24VB01912 A and B. These are Van Buren Township versus Miriam Kuza. Appearances, please.
Angela
Good
Manor.
morning, Your Honor. Oh, I'm sorry, Angela. Good morning, Your Honor. May Kuza appearing on behalf of Miriam Kuza.
State your name, ma'am.
Miriam Kuza.
Thank you. Today is the day's time scheduled for the arraignment, pretrial, and pre-hearing. How are we proceeding?
Your Honor, the offer to Ms. Kuza was to reduce the misdemeanor to the civil infraction of double parking with agreed upon fines and costs of $250 and to dismiss the civil infraction for the registration.
Ms. Kuza, is that how we're proceeding this morning?
Yes, Your Honor, that's our understanding.
The court accepts the plea of responsible to the added count of double parking in the 912B file, assesses a fine of $250 and dismisses the A file, marine safety file. Ms. Kuza, do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount? I'm sorry.
5 days is good.
Okay, 5 days to pay, the misdemeanor's dismissed. Is there anything else, Ms. Manorino?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Ms. Kuza?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you. That concludes this matter. You're free to go. You have a great day.
Thank you. Have a good day, Your Honor.
Two, 3 0 6 7 9 0 D. This is Van Buren Township versus Gary Gambrill. Your appearances, please.
Respectfully, Your Honor, Sam Richardala, P62186. Standing in for the attorney of record, Mr. Bertar, for Mr. Gambrill. Mr. Gambrill, please say your name.
Hi, Gary Gambro.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Jadala, this is the pretrial. How are we proceeding?
And at this time, after speaking with Mr. Gambrill, he will be pleading guilty to 1 count of operating while visibly impaired. He understands the right to use waiving by doing such.
Thank you. Mr. Gambrill, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. Sir, you've had the opportunity to discuss this case with Mr. Jadala, and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, Your Honor.
And after having that conversation, sir, it's your understanding and agreement that you'll be entering a plea of guilty to the amended count of operating while visibly impaired.
Yes, Your Honor.
And sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, Your Honor.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, Your Honor.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, Your Honor.
You haven't been threatened in any way or promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No, Your Honor.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Gambrill, is it true that on August 5th, 2023 in Van Buren Township, you operated a motor vehicle while you were visibly impaired by some intoxicant?
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Ms. Manorino?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Jadala?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Mr. Gambrill, the court accepts your plea of guilty to the amended count of operating while visibly impaired. As is this court's policy with drinking and driving offenses, the court is referring this matter to the probation department. They are the ones that will interview you and develop a sentence recommendation. They will be in contact and communication with you by phone and by email. Please respond to their emails and their phone calls. Once they've had a chance to interview you, they will write up that sentence recommendation and schedule you to return here with me for sentence to be imposed. Is there anything else, Mr. Jadala?
Yes, sir, the judge. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gambrill, that concludes this matter. You're free to go. You have a great day. I'll see you at sentencing.
Thank you. You too, Your Honor.
Thank you. If you're asking me, the answer is probably yeah. Joe, are you in here with some nonsense? Don't come in here. You see how they come in here with all this rah-rah, Mr. Jadala?
I see, Judge. They're lucky I'm not there, Judge. They're lucky.
Come take care of them. He's gonna get you with that chain on his wallet. He's gonna. I have a 10:40 and I have a 11:30. And 11 o'clock, you're just making up stuff. You're just making up stuff. Mr. Donnelly, are we ready with that? Let me clear these people so we can figure out why you're making up cases. Officer Walk, this is not, where are you from? The airport? Gwen, Officer Ramsey, 24VB01581OM, Van Buren Township versus Alex Dunley. Mr. Dunley, would you unmute yourself and state your name for me, please?
Alex Donnelly.
Donnelly. I'm sorry, Mr. Donnelly. I'm just.
It's okay.
Out of respect to Sam Jadala, appearing on behalf of Mr. Donnelly. Your Honor, I believe that the city attorney is making a motion to dismiss this matter. We have no objection.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Donnelly, this case is hereby dismissed. Is there anything else, Mr. Jadala?
Nothing further, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Donnelly, you're free to go. Thank you for your extreme patience this morning. You have a great day.
Thank you.
And Ms. Manorino, that was actually the case I wanted to see.
Oh. Okay.
I don't know where the wheat field is. I just have questions now. It's been a day. What you?
That's correct, Judge.
Who's supposed to? I said 11:30.
Yeah, 11:30 is mine.
They said 11 o'clock. Here's the thing. There were 250 cases scheduled for this morning.
Well, most of them were Mr. Duncan's, in fairness. But yes, it was a massive docket, Judge.
I still have to read them and make notes. And then Mr. Jadala and Mr. Hadley are really Miss Medina and Mr. Batar. And then these yahoos come in here talking about an 11 o'clock case.
Your Honor, we still have like at least 20 cases in the waiting room, so we're doing our best.
No, so these are all cases. If you could see what I see right here, who's on first and what's on second?
11:30.
I need to leave for 1 sec. I mean, if you want to go start taking care of some other things, I need to step off for just 1 second. Thanks. No, we're not doing that.
Can I get an audience real quick?
Sure can. Meet you in my room.
Mr. Rutherford, just sit tight. The judge will be back in a hot minute.
All right.
Maybe just, so I just have to sit out there. Yeah. She said, what are you guys doing?
Rutherford, Mr. Hadley, or something
Yes, Your
else?
Honor. We're ready on Mr. Rutherford. I'll be right back.
This is 2403350D. This is Van Buren Township versus Richard Rutherford Jr. May I have your appearances?
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Josh Hadley standing in place for fellow MIDC counsel Crystal Medina for the record. Mr. Richard Rutherford, please state your full name for the record.
Richard Wayne Rutherford Jr.
And Your
Thank
Honor,
you,
I'm
Mr.
Attorney
Rutherford.
Josh Hadley.
Today,
I failed to state that. I think the court knows. Your Honor, this, I believe I have advised Mr. Rutherford, is this a Van Buren case?
it's Van Buren and it's breach.
Yep, we've already gone over. We have no issue with any potential conflicts that the court has advised of, and we're prepared to move forward with a plea offer. At this time, we would like to avail ourselves of the people's plea where the current charge of OWI high BAC will be dismissed and we will be pleading guilty to operating while intoxicated OWI.
Thank you. Mr. Rutherford, would you raise your right hand for me, please, sir? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down. You've had the opportunity to discuss this case with Mr. Hadley, and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, Your Honor.
And after having that conversation, sir, it's your understanding and agreement that you'll be entering a plea of guilty to the added count of operating while intoxicated, and the original charge will be dismissed.
Yes, Your Honor.
And sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, Your Honor.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, Your Honor.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way or promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Rutherford, is it true that on January 20th, 2024 in Van Buren Township, you operated a motor vehicle while you were intoxicated?
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Hadley?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Rutherford, the court accepts your plea of guilty as charged to the added count of operating while intoxicated, dismisses the original count because you've pled guilty to operating a motor vehicle while you were under the influence. The court's policy and procedures refer the matter to the probation department. They will be in contact with you by phone and by email. They will interview you and have you complete some forms. They will make a sentence recommendation and schedule you to return to this courtroom for sentence to be imposed. Anything else, Mr. Hadley?
No, Your Honor. Thank you very much. That covers it.
Before you go, Mr. Rutherford, there are two quick things. There's a request for a fingerprint, for your fingerprints. I am signing an order. I'm asking you to appear at the Van Buren Township Department of Public Safety within the next 30 days to have your fingerprints taken. Additionally, you have some outstanding matters with the court where you owe money on some speeding and a registration plate violation from Sumter and from the airport, and you have some outstanding civil infractions from Van Buren Township. You owe a total of $1,692. If you have not already done so, please contact the court's collection department to make a payment plan or to come pay those matters in full, okay?
Okay, Your Honor.
Other than that, I'll see you at sentencing. Mr. Rutherford, you're free to go. Thank you for your patience. You have a great afternoon.
You as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
These are 19-52840T and 20VB02459 AOT. These are Van Buren Township versus Dor Horton.
Respect for Your Honor, Sam Richard Dollar, P62186, appearing on behalf of Mr. Dor Horton. Purposes of arraignment, we'd waive formal reading and stand mute. Mr. Dor Horton, please, put your camera on, say your name.
Yeah, Raymond Dor Horton.
Thank you. Today was the day and time scheduled for the pretrial in these matters. Mr. Jadala, how are we proceeding?
And at this time, Mr. Dor Horton will be pleading as charged to the driving while license suspended in the 2019 case. The 2020 driving while license suspended matter is being dismissed.
Thank you. Mr. Dor Horton, would you raise your right hand for me, please, sir? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. May I put your hand down? Sir, you've had the opportunity to discuss these cases with Mr. Jadala, and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, Your Honor.
And after having that conversation, sir, is it your understanding and agreement that you'll be entering a plea of guilty to driving while license suspended, revoked, or denied in the 2019 case?
Yes, Your Honor.
And sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Okay.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, ma'am.
You haven't been threatened in any way or promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No, ma'am.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yeah.
Sir, is it true that on December 29th, 2019, in Van Buren Township, you drove while your license was suspended, revoked, or denied?
Yes.
Sir, the court accepts your plea of guilty to driving while license suspended, revoked, or denied in the 2019 case. The 2020 case is being dismissed. Mr. Jadala, is there anything before fines and costs are opposed in this matter?
Your Honor, we just asked for minimum fines and costs. Mr. Dor Horton is, these are, I believe, some of the last matters he has in order to go to the Secretary of State and try to get a valid license, Judge.
Thank you. Sir, what the court will impose is the following. There's a fine of $100. There's cost of $100. There's $75 mandatory crime victims fee. There is $50 show cause fee for failures to appear, $150 in warrant fees, $50 mandatory state costs, $20 fund fee, $50 late fee, and $45 clearance fees. That's $640. The court is able to set a payment plan in this matter. You may contact the court's collection department
Okay.
by phone. You may come in person, or you can go onto the court's website, mi34thdistrictcourt.com, and submit a request for a payment plan that way. But please do one of those three things sooner rather than later, okay?
Okay.
Anything else, Mr. Jadala?
Nothing further, Judge.
Thank you, sir. You're free to go. You have a great day.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Judge, I had a Mr. Aboud scheduled at 8:30. I didn't know if I could put it on the record quickly. I didn't want to forget about it.
Mr. Aboud?
Yes, it was a civil infraction. It's just a civil infraction case scheduled at 8:30.
24WM 01484. Mohammed Aboud, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, having the authority to do so, we plead responsible to one count of double parking with agreed upon fine of $250. We just ask for time to pay, Judge.
How much time, Mr. Jadala?
You could have 2 weeks, Judge.
14 days to pay. Anything else?
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. two. This is 24WM00621OM, Wayne County Airport versus Joshua Burgess. Have your appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Josh Hadley, bring on behalf of Mr. Joshua Vergis. Mr. Vergis, please take yourself off of mute and state your name to the court.
Joshua Vergis.
Thank you. Today is the day and time scheduled for the arraignment and pretrial. Mr. Hadley, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we're going to be accepting the people's plea offer. The current charge of disorderly person is going to be dismissed, and Mr. Vergis is going to be plead responsible to a $400 double parking ticket under the airport ordinance.
Is that your understanding and agreement, sir?
Yes.
The court accepts your plea of responsible to the double parking and will dismiss the original misdemeanor charge. The court will assess the agreed upon fine of $400. Do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
Yes.
Then, sir, I need you to contact the court's collection department. You can do that in one of three ways. You may come in person and speak to collection staff. You may call and speak to the collection staff, or you may go onto the court's website, mi34thdistrictcourt.com, and submit a request for a payment plan that way. But do one of those things sooner rather than later, okay?
Understood.
Anything else, Mr. Hadley?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You're free to go. You have a great day. Sir, take your cap off for me, please. This is 24WM00952OM, Wayne County Airport versus Elaine Bruner. May I have your appearances?
Your Honor, respectfully, Senator, P62186, standing in for the attorney of record, Ms. Crystal Medina. Mrs. Bruner, please say your name.
ELAINEBRUNER.
Thank you, Ms. Bruner. Your Honor, for purposes of today's arraignment, we'd waive formal reading. At this time, Your Honor, Mrs. Bruner and Mrs. Medina need to touch base. I believe Mrs. Medina has been given some digital as well as paper discovery that she needs to go over with Ms. Bruner. So we just asked this matter be set for pretrial. So Mrs. Bruner and Attorney Medina could meet and discuss this matter further.
August
That
1st,
adjourned pretrial date will be, I'm sorry,
August 1st at 9:30.
Thank you, Judge.
August 1st at 9:30, back here on Zoom with me, Judge Martin, in courtroom number 1. Ms. Bruner, before you reappear for this case, you need to be able to log on to Zoom so you may see and be seen. If you do not have access to the technology, maybe there is a library or some other community-based center where you could log on and participate in these proceedings. If there's nothing else, I'll see you on August 1st at 9:30. Have a good day.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
You're welcome. These are 2007360T, 2008790M, 2008880OM, and 2008810M. These are Van Buren Township versus Matthew Osley. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Josh Hadley, bring on behalf of the defendant, Mr. Matthew Osley. Matthew, please state your name for the court.
My name is Matthew Owsley, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Hadley, how are we proceeding in these cases this morning?
Your Honor, we have reached an agreement with the people. The case 20-0881, the possession of narcotic paraphernalia, will be dismissed. And we will be pleading guilty to the other 3 cases with a very brief allocution and explanation.
Thank you. Sir, would you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in these matters will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may put your hand down, sir. You've had the opportunity to discuss these matters with Mr. Hadley. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, Your Honor.
And sir, it's your understanding and agreement that you will be entering pleas of guilty this morning in the cases that end in 880, 879, and 736. And the
Yes.
881 case will be dismissed.
Yes, Your Honor.
And sir, you understand that if the court accepts your pleas this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, Your Honor.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, Your Honor.
And sir, you're entering these pleas freely and voluntarily.
Yes, Your Honor.
You haven't been threatened in any way or promised anything to get you to plead guilty.
No, Your Honor.
Will you be pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, I am.
In the case that is 2000736, Mr. Osley, is it true that on February 22nd, 2020 in Van Buren Township, you gave false information to a police officer who came into contact with you in the regular and ordinary course of his job as a public safety officer?
I did.
Sir, the court accepts your plea of guilty in this matter. Sir, is it also true that on March the 8th, 2020, again in Van Buren Township, you were a disorderly person? More specifically, that you failed to act in accord with regular courtesy to those around you?
I did, Your Honor. Yes, it is true.
Sir, is it also true that on March the 8th, 2020, again in Van Buren Township, that you interfered with the police who were engaged in their regular duties?
Yes, Your Honor, I did.
Sir, the court will accept your pleas of guilty in these matters. Mr. Hadley, what was your allocution, sir?
Your Honor, again, Mr. Ousley has availed himself of the court. There was some change in addresses, and again, he was incarcerated for a period of 70 days in the Washtenaw County. It was Washtenaw, right, Mr. Ousley?
Yep. Yes, sir.
We would ask that that the court consider that when issuing a sentence. The people stand in no opposition to a time served. Again, as it I think relates to the sentencing, I'm looking at the ROA right now, Your Honor. I'm having a little bit of a difficulty untangling the bond, but we would just ask that the bond be applied to any outstanding fines the court issues today.
Thank you. Mr. Osley, was there anything you want to say on your own behalf, sir?
No, Your Honor, I trust your judgment. Thank you.
I appreciate that, sir. Mr. Hadley, yeah, I'm looking at the file as well. And I think if we do fines and costs, there will be money due back to Mr. Osley. So we will, in the case that is 2007360 OT, the false information to the police, the court will assess a fine of $100, cost of $100. There's $75 mandatory crime victims fee. There's a $50 warrant fee, $40 administrative fee, $50 mandatory state cost, and $20 fund fee. That's $435. Oh, let's see what. And then in the 2000879, it will be the same $100 fine, $100 in cost, $75 mandatory crime victims fee, $50 mandatory state costs, $50 bench warrant, $20 fund fee, and $30 administrative fee. So if, I'm just trying to figure these out, Mr. Hadley. In that first case, it's $435 and the bond was $400. So the court will apply the bond. And then in the 200879 disorderly person, the court will apply the bond to the 425. There's a $300 bond posted. And the last case was the interfering with the police. It will be that same $100 fine, $100 in costs, the $75 mandatory crime victims fee, the $50 warrant fee, the $50 state cost, the $20 fund fee, and the $40 administrative fee. That's $435. There's a bond of $400. What the court will do is apply the bond that has been posted. The bond in the dismissed case can be applied to these cases where pleas have been entered. And Mr. Osley, if my math is correct, there might be a little money coming back to you. But that's what we will do. We'll apply the bond and refund any of the money that's due back to you will be returned after the application of the bonds, if that makes sense, Mr. Hadley.
It absolutely does, Your Honor. And Mr. Oxley was the one who noted the bond. We were just I was having a hard time doing the arithmetic on the register of action. So thank you very much.
They're stapled in the file, so I thought that might be the best way to do it. Just apply the bond and transfer the bond from the dismissed case to cover anything that might be due on the other matters. Was there anything else, Mr. Osley?
It's holding up me getting my license back. And that's all I would like to do today, was be able to get my license back.
Well, once they apply the bond, these cases will be closed. So unless there's something else, if you need to clear up things with the Secretary of State, that's a whole nother issue. But as far as this court's concerned, the pleas that you entered this morning will close out these matters.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. You have a wonderful day.
You're so welcome. Thank you for your patience, sir. You have a great day, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. This is 23WM020550M, Wayne County Airport versus LaVerge.
Good morning, Your Honor. James Bennett appearing on behalf of the airport.
State your name for me, sir, please.
Laverne.
Sir, the way court staff have you labeled indicate that you're waiving your right to have the assistance of the court-appointed attorney this morning. Is that correct?
Correct.
You've had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Minna, the prosecutor?
Yes, I have.
Mr. Minna, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we're asking for an adjournment to allow Mr. Laverne to pay the parking fee.
August 1st, 9:30.
August 1st at 9:30 a.m. back here on Zoom with me, Judge Martin, in courtroom number 1. Notice of that new date and time will be mailed to you at the address we have on file. Mr. LaVerge, this is not the first time you've appeared. You haven't been arraigned. I don't want you out there with this open case. I'm having you stand mute to the charges against you. We'll set your bond at $1,000 personal. You do not need to post any money, but between now and the time you come back, make sure you arrange to make payment at the Blue Deck for the $80. And I'm sure Mr. Minna would be indicating that the case would be dismissed on payment to the parking facility, okay?
Okay, thank you.
If there's nothing else, sir, you're free to go. Thank you for your patience this morning.
Right, thank you. Take care.
Thank you.
they're about to call my name, but what they're gonna do is I'm
Two four VB 01434 OM, Van Buren Township versus Ryan Atkins, case was scheduled at 8 AM. It's now 11:33. Defendants failed to appear. Bench warrant shall issue. $5,010, 240755. Van Buren Township versus Allen. This case was scheduled for show cause arraignment pretrial at 8 AM. It's now 11:34 AM by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear. Bench warrant shall issue. $5,010. Two four WM 001138 OT, Van Buren, I'm sorry, Wayne County Airport versus Hassan Al Amari. The case was scheduled at 8 AM. It's now 11:34 AM by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, bench warrant shall issue. $5,010.
Everybody had to plead guilty because she knew the rules. Plead guilty. No, but she.
This is 24 WM 014, I'm sorry, 24 WM 015640 M, Wayne County Airport versus Corinthina Glenn. May I have your appearances, please?
Like for your honor, Sam Jadala, P62186, appearing on behalf of Ms. Glenn. Ms. Glenn, please unmute yourself and say your name for the judge.
Corinthia T. Glenn.
Thank you. Mr. Jadala, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, today's the date and time set for purposes of arraignment. We'd waive formal reading and stand mute. At this time, Ms. Glenn will be paying as charged to the rules and regulations. Your Honor, she understands the right she's moving by paying as charged.
Thank you. Ma'am, would you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
You may put your hand down. Ma'am, you've had the opportunity to discuss this case with Mr. Jadala. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes.
And
Yes.
after having that conversation, ma'am, you wish to plead guilty as charged to violating the rules and the regulations of the airport.
Didn't know about Yes. the rules.
I didn't know
And
about the
Mr.
rules.
Jadala, I'm sorry, why are you in the hallway?
Yes,
Okay. And ma'am, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yeah.
No, who is that?
my mom.
Mom,
Yes.
what's going on?
Okay. She's not understanding. We go through this all the time. They got her down for mental challenge, and she didn't pay it. She didn't know the rules real good. That she did explain that she did pick it up. She didn't pick it up. She just swept it into the trash and threw it away, not thinking to call the security because she didn't pay.
Ma'am,
she
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mom. Mr. Jadala, was he in the breakout room with Ms. Glenn and explained to her what was going on?
Yeah.
Is she able to respond to my questions without your coaching?
Yeah, she can respond
Okay,
a little bit without
Okay.
coaching.
okay. So ma'am, if you would just let her answer for me, please. Ms. Glenn, Mr. Jadala explained to you that you will be pleading to violating the rules and regulations of the airport, correct?
Correct. Correct. Yes.
Glenn, we talked privately and I explained to you that the actions that you did violated the rules of the airport. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you admit that you did violate the rules of the airport, correct?
Correct.
And I didn't force you or no one promised you anything to plead guilty today. You understand by pleading guilty, you're waiving your rights to a trial by judge or by jury, right?
Correct.
And you're waiving your right to see, hear, and confront witnesses. You understand that also, correct?
Correct.
And you are guilty because you're pleading guilty today because you are guilty of violating the rules of the airport, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Unsatisfied, Judge.
Ms. Glenn, the court accepts the plea of guilty to the violation of the rules and the regulations of the airport. Was there something you wanted to say before fines and costs were set in this case?
Your Honor, she was, and Your Honor, I'll speak on her behalf. She was unclear about the exact processes of her job, Your Honor. There was property, a wallet that she should have turned into security, but instead, Your Honor, she just threw it away, swept it up and threw it away. I understood to her that she should have known as part of her duties what her job title was to do. She's apologetic. She's very sorry, and she just wishes to move on from this matter.
Ms. Glenn, you were working at the airport?
Yes.
Are you still working there?
No.
How do you support yourself?
Mom. My mom.
Due to this incident, Your Honor, she's no longer employed at the airport.
Okay. Ms. Glenn, what I will do is set the minimum fines and costs in this matter. It's a $100 fine, $100 in costs, $75 crime victims fee, $50 state cost, $20 fund fee. You know, I'm sorry, Miss, that's $345. Ma'am, you can set a payment plan with the court staff downstairs. Was there anything else, Mr. Jadala?
Nothing further, Judge.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mena, this is the case of Ms. Glenn. Was there anything you wanted to weigh in on regarding this?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Pretty straightforward.
Thank you. That concludes this matter.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Glenn, you could go ahead and log off and you could go downstairs and make a payment plan for that $345. So you could log off now and make sure that you make a payment plan, okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
You won't be able to get your job back?
Would I get my job back?
That's up to the airport. That's something you're gonna have to talk to your former employer about.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. And Mr. Jadala, are you with Wyatt Costa?
I am, Judge.
2403880M, Van Buren Township versus Wyatt Costa.
Your Honor, Sam Jadala, P62186, MIDC attorney for Mr. Costa. For purposes of arraignment, we're gonna waive formal reading, stand mute. Respectfully request a pretrial and discovery in this matter from Mrs. Manarino.
State your name for me, please.
Wyatt Costa.
Thank you. Court is setting your bond in this case at 1,000 personal. Sir, you do not need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear as directed by the court until this case is resolved in its entirety. Your pretrial will be adjourned to
August 1st at 9:40.
August 1st at 9:40 a.m. That's back here on Zoom with me, Judge Martin, in courtroom number 1. Is there anything else, Mr. Jadala?
Nothing further, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Costa, you're free to go. I'll see you back here on August the 1st. You have a good afternoon.
All right, you as well. You said 9:40?
Thank you. Yes, and court staff will mail you notice of that new date and time.
All right, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Sandy still up here? Thanks. Bye. Two four WM 01344 AOT, Wayne County Airport versus John Wesley III, scheduled at 8:30 a.m. It's now 11:43 a.m. By this court's clock, defendant having failed to appear, bench warrant shall issue 5,010%. Two four VB 012890M, Van Buren Township versus Sean Charlie. The case was scheduled at 8 a.m. for show cause arraignment pretrial. It's now 11:45 by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, bench warrant shall issue 5,010%. Sir. Angela? I'm sorry, Miss Manarino?
Yes, Judge.
Will you take a phone call?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. 24 VB 01478, Van Buren Township versus Taryn Cornish. The case was scheduled at at 8 a.m. for show cause arraignment pretrial is now 11:46 by this court's clock. Defendant has failed to appear. Bench warrant shall issue. 5,010%. Two four zero 474, Van Buren Township versus Savannah Dargenet. This case was scheduled at 8 a.m. for show cause arraignment pretrial. It's now 11:47 a.m. by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear for a second time in this matter, bench warrant shall issue. 5,010%. Two four zero 514, Van Buren Township versus Ann Dimitrov. This case was scheduled for show cause arraignment pretrial at 8 a.m. It's now 11:47 a.m. by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear again in this matter, bench warrant shall issue. 5,010%. Two four WM 01136 A, B, and C. These are Wayne County Airport versus Kenneth Gardner. This cases are scheduled for show cause arraignment pretrial at 8 a.m. It's now 11:48 a.m. by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear for a second time in these matters, bench warrant shall issue. 5,010%. Two four WM 01579 A and B. These are Wayne County Airport versus Kalala. May I have your appearances, please?
Select for Your Honor, Sam Richard Dollar, P62186, appearing on behalf of Mr. Kalala. Mr. Kalala, please say your name.
My name is Jack Kalala.
Thank you. Today is the day and time for the arraignment and pretrial. Mr. Jadala, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, for purposes of arraignment, we waive formal reading and stand mute. At this time, Mr. Kalala will be pleading responsible to one count of double parking with an agreed upon $250 fine, Judge.
And the second case is being dismissed?
That is correct, Your Honor. Well, so the unregistered is being reduced to a double parking. The restricted license is being dismissed.
Thank you. Mr. Kalala, you've had the opportunity to discuss this case with Mr. Jadala, and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, I do.
And after having that conversation, sir, you wish to plead responsible to the added count of double parking, and the original misdemeanor charges would be dismissed.
Yes, I do.
The court accepts your plea of responsible to double parking in the case that ends in 79B, will impose the fine of $250 and dismiss the case that ends in 79A. Do you need more than 5 days to pay the $250, sir?
Yes.
Then, sir, I need you to contact the court's collection department. You can come in person and speak to someone.
Okay.
You may call and speak to someone, or you can go onto the court's website, mi34thdistrictcourt.com. There's a contact us button. If you click on that button, there's you may select to submit a request for a payment plan, but do one of those three things sooner rather than later, okay?
Yes, I do. I'm gonna proceed that way.
Thank you. That concludes this matter. You're free to go. You have a great day.
Thank you,
Thank
Judge.
you. Very welcome to Judge.
Thank you. Ms. Williams? 24WM015680M, Wayne County Airport versus Rena Williams. May I have your appearance?
Hi, how you doing?
I'm good. Turn your video on and state your name, please.
Okay. Rena Renee Williams.
Ms. Williams, have you spoken to one of the court-appointed attorneys this morning?
No, I was in the waiting area for them. But somehow I got disconnected. I had been in there for like 2 hours, so I don't know what happened. Sorry.
No, no worries. We're just a little backed up this morning. Court staff is going to get you relabeled and moved back into its breakout room. We're here. We're still on the docket.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Two-four WM011111 AOT, Wayne County Airport versus Joe Gonzalez. This case is scheduled at 8:30 for show cause arraignment. Pretrial is now 11:52 by this court's clock. Defendant has failed to appear. For a second time in this matter, bench warrant shall issue 5,010%. Two-four WM01359 AOT. This is Wayne County Airport versus Jeremiah Holiday. The case was scheduled for show cause arraignment pretrial at 8 a.m. It's now 11:53. By this court's clock, defendant having failed to appear for a second time in this matter, bench warrant shall issue 5,010%. Two-four WM01206OT, Wayne County Airport versus Armante Hollis. This case was scheduled at 8 a.m. for show cause arraignment pretrial. It's now 11:54. By this court's clock, defendant having failed to appear for a second time in this matter, bench warrant shall issue 5,010%. Two-four 04210M, Van Buren Township versus Angela Humphreys. This case was scheduled for show cause arraignment pretrial at 8 a.m. It's now 11:54 a.m. by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear for a second time in this matter, bench warrant shall issue 5,010%. This is two-four WM01495OM, Wayne County Airport versus Joseph Landis. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Josh Adley appearing on behalf of the defendant. Mr. Joseph Landis is appearing via Zoom. Mr. Landis, please state your name for the court.
Joseph Landis.
Thank you. Today is the day and time scheduled for show cause, for arraignment and pretrial. Mr. Hadley, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, after speaking with the prosecutor, we'd like to avail ourselves of the people's plea offer. Mr. Landis is going to be pleading guilty to breach of security under a delayed sentencing of 3 months under MCL 771.1.
Thank you. Mr. Landis, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Absolutely.
Sir, you've had the opportunity to discuss this case with Mr. Hadley. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
I do.
And after having that conversation, sir, is your understanding and agreement that you will be entering a plea of guilty as charged to breach of the security at the airport.
Yes, I do.
And sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes,
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
yes,
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
I am.
You haven't been threatened in any way or promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No.
Are you pleading
Well,
guilty because you are in fact
Oh,
guilty?
no. I'm pleading guilty. I'm completely aware of what's going on.
Thank you. Sir, is it true that on June the 16th, 2024 at Wayne County Airport, you conducted a breach of security by entering a sensitive area without complying with directions from security officers?
Yes,
Satisfied, Mr. Hadley?
Absolutely, Your Honor.
Mr. Landis, the court accepts your,
Oh, I'm sorry. I was going to do a very brief allocution, Your Honor, when we have a moment. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
no, you're fine. Mr. Landis, the court accepts your plea of guilty as charged to the breach of security. Mr. Hadley, what was it you wanted to say, sir?
Your Honor, just to give a context, I think understanding it was a breach of security, he did plead guilty and he is guilty of that. But to understand what was going on that day, Mr. Landis, who's in his 70s, was flying post-op. He'd made his way up the jetway. His carry-on luggage was, in fact, still on the jetway. He had not heard or misunderstood verbal commands from airport staff. What he simply did was walk back down and retrieve his bags. Now, again, we understand that's a breach of security, but I would just ask the court to consider Mr. Landis's age and his owning up of what went wrong that day when fashioning fines and costs.
Thank you. Mr. Landis, is there something you want to say on your own behalf, sir?
without getting into it, knowing that I apologize for the occurrence, and I was post-op a couple of days, and I just felt the situation was unraveling. I have other health concerns as well.
I appreciate that, Mr. Landis. The court, as indicated, has taken your plea pursuant to MCL 771.1, and it's delayed, your sentence is delayed for a period of 3 months. So long as you incur no new criminal offenses in the state of Michigan for the next 90 days and pay the court costs of $200, the case will be reviewed for dismissal. Do you need more than 5 days to pay the $200?
I have a credit card. Is that possible to use that?
To pay online, sir? Yes, sir. You can log onto the court's website.
I do not
and pay
have
online.
I do not have a computer.
You do not have a computer. Then
No.
Mr. Landis, let's say 14 days. And you can mail the payment into the 34th District Court. The address will be on the notice that you received to log on to today's case.
The Wayne Road address?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You said $200. Maybe I can call the number on the ticket and get any other particular information I need.
Yes, sir. That'd be great.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
You have a good day, sir.
You too. And
Thank
thank you,
you.
sir.
Absolutely, Mr. Landis. Thank you for your patience today.
Yes, thank you. Have a good day.
Your Honor, I think I had somebody and lost him, so I think he may have just logged back in. It was a Shane Duzen. I changed his name to turn your camera on.
They're back in the clerk's waiting room.
Oh, okay, perfect. I'll keep moving through them. Thank you.
No, I saw the message, but I didn't see where.
He just said, she said, he said.
This will be a good time since.
He says,
I don't know about that. Your judge has quite a reputation, so I don't know. 2404680D, this is Van Buren Township versus Angela Jacobson. This case was scheduled at 8 a.m. for show cause arraignment pretrial. Is now 12:04 by this court's clock. Defendant has failed to appear for a second time in this matter. Bench warrant shall issue 5,010%. It is 2405020 OM. This is Van Buren Township versus Brandon Johns. This case was scheduled for show cause pretrial at 8 a.m. It's now 12:05 p.m. by this court's clock. Defendant has failed to appear for a second time in this matter. Bench warrant shall issue 5,010%. Two four zero four nine three OM Van Buren Township versus Cassie Cole, KOLLE. This case was scheduled for show cause arraignment pretrial at 8 a.m. It's now 12:05 p.m. by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear for a second time in this matter, bench warrant shall issue 5,010%. Two four WM 01308 AOT, Wayne County Airport versus Terry Lackey. This case was scheduled for show cause arraignment pretrial at 8 a.m. It's now 12:06 p.m. by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear for a second time in this matter, bench warrant shall issue 5,010%. 240473 OM Van Buren Township versus Jeremiah Laster. This case was scheduled for show cause arraignment pretrial at 8 a.m. It's now 12:07 p.m. by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear for a second time in this matter, bench warrant shall issue 5,010%. Two four WM 012-830T. This is Wayne County Airport versus Aisha Lewis. This case was scheduled for show cause arraignment pretrial at 8 a.m. It's now 12:07 p.m. by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear for a second time in this matter, bench warrant shall issue 5,010%. Two 240493 OM Van Buren Township versus Ronese Lewis. This case was scheduled at 8 a.m. for show cause arraignment pretrial. It is now 12:08 by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear for a second time in this matter, bench warrant shall issue 5,010%. This is 24WM01569 OM Wayne County Airport versus Brittany Mathis. Your appearances.
Hi,
I'm sorry, state your name, ma'am.
my name is Brittany Mathis.
Ms. Mathis, were you speaking with Mr. Hadley?
Is that the attorney?
The gentleman with the beard?
Yes.
He was just here. Sit tight. When he comes back, we'll go back on the record in your case, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Mhm.
24045 OM. This is Van Buren Township versus Bradley Marcin, Marcyn, Marcane. This case was scheduled for 8 a.m. Show cause arraignment pretrial is now 12:09 p.m. by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear again in this matter, bench warrant shall issue 5,010%. Mr. Hadley, how are we proceeding with Ms. Mathis?
That would be my case.
Oh, I'm sorry, Oh, I said the gentleman with the beard, I forgot. This is 24WM01569, Wayne County Airport versus Mathis. Appearances.
Secretary Sam Ridgidala, P62186, appearing on behalf of Ms. Mathis. Ms. Mathis, please unmute yourself and say your name. Just hit the microphone button on the bottom left. That would be the unmute.
Okay.
Say your name,
I
please.
got it. My name is Brittany Mathis.
Thank you. Mr. Jadala, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, for purposes of arraignment, we're going to waive formal reading and stand mute. At this time, Your Honor, we're going to plead not guilty. As this matter be set for pretrial, and we're going to be requesting discovery from the prosecution.
Thank you. Ms. Mathis, the court will set your bond at 1,000 personal. You do not need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear as directed by the court until this case is resolved in its entirety. Your adjourned pretrial date will be
August 1st at 10 o'clock.
August
1st at, yes, ma'am, at 10 o'clock back here on Zoom with me, Judge Martin, in courtroom number 1. Notice of that new date and time will be mailed to you at the address you verified with court staff this morning. Is there anything else, Mr. Jadala?
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Mathis, you're free to go. I'll see you on August 1st. You have a good afternoon.
First at what time again? I'm sorry.
10 a.m.
10 a.m. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. This is 4BB 01720 Van Buren Township versus Andrew Labacani. May I have your appearances, please?
Your Honor, respectfully, Sam Richardala, P62186, appearing on behalf of Mr. Labacani. Mr. Labacani, please unmute yourself. Star 6 again. Labacani, you need to unmute yourself. Turn on your camera if you have camera.
While he's working on that,
Hello, can you hear me?
yes, state your name, sir.
My name is Andrew Labicani.
Thank you. Today is the day and time for the show cause, for the arraignment and pretrial. Mr. Jadala, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we're going to wait formal reading and stand mute. At this time, Mr. Labacani is going to avail himself to the plea. He will be pleading guilty to retail fraud under 771.1 for 12 months. He understands the rights he is waiving by doing so.
Did you say 12 months?
12 months, 771 for 12 months for the retail fraud. Correct, Judge.
Thank you. Sir, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
You had the opportunity to discuss this case with Mr. Jadala, and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes.
And after having that conversation, sir, you wish to plead guilty as charged to retail fraud.
Yes.
You understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily.
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way or promised anything to get you to plead guilty.
No.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
I am guilty.
Sir, is it true that on June 16, 2024 in Van Buren Township, you went into the Meijer while it was open to the public, you took items from the shelf that were available for sale, and you passed all points of payment without making payment for those items?
Correct.
Sir, the court accepts your plea of guilty as charged to the retail fraud. As indicated by Mr. Jadala, this plea is taken pursuant to MCL 771.1. Your sentence is delayed for a period of 12 months, so long as you incur no new criminal cases in the state of Michigan over the next year, and you pay costs of $300. The case will be administratively reviewed for dismissal. Do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
No. I believe I get paid soon. I'm not sure when I get paid, but can I get more time?
14 days or more than that?
14 days should be fine.
14 days to pay, no new criminal cases for a year, and the case will be administratively reviewed for dismissal. Is there anything else, Mr. Jadala?
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You're free to go. Good luck to you. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. This is 24WM00294A and 24WM01618A and B. These are Wayne County Airport versus Reginald Brown. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Josh Hadley, appearing on behalf of the defendant, Mr. Reginald Brown. Mr. Brown, please state your name for the record.
Reginald Bernard Brown.
Today is the day and time scheduled for the pre-hearing and the arraignment, pretrial and pretrial. Mr. Hadley, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, after meeting with the prosecutor, we'd like to avail ourselves of the plea offer. The driving while license suspended misdemeanor and the failure to display the commercial driver's license, both misdemeanors are going to be dismissed. And we are going to be pleading responsible to the civil infraction of the failure to observe the traffic device. And I have advised Mr. Brown that there is an outstanding civil infraction for a speeding ticket of 11 to 15 over that money is still owed upon as well.
Thank you. Mr. Brown, would you raise your right hand for me, please, sir? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. Sir, you've had the opportunity to discuss this case with Mr. Hadley. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes.
And after having that conversation, sir, is your understanding and agreement that you'll be entering a plea of responsible this morning to disobeying a traffic control device, the civil infraction, and the 2 misdemeanors, driving while license suspended and driving without a commercial license in your possession would be dismissed.
Yes.
And that's how you wish to proceed. Yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Brown, the court accepts your plea of responsible to the 618B, disobeying a traffic control device, and the court will assess a fine of $180. The other 2 the other 2 misdemeanor matters will be dismissed.
No, we've still got,
Sir, do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
What, how much you said, 180?
$180, sir.
Yeah, I could pay that.
Okay, 5 days to pay, and as Mr. Hadley indicated, you owe the court $600 on some other outstanding matters. Please, when you pay the 180, if you can pay the balance in full on these other matters, do so. Otherwise, make arrangements. The misdemeanor matters have been dismissed. If there's nothing else, Mr. Brown, you're free to go. You have a great day.
So how much do I owe total?
It's $600. It is $420 on a I'm sorry, $600 total. It's $420 on the speeding ticket. And then today's traffic control device of 180, so a total of $600.
He said that I was only paying the 4, and they was throwing the other ones off.
no, Mr. Brown, no. What
Here,
we said was,
Mr. Brown, the
Yeah.
2 misdemeanor cases are dismissed. The driving while
Okay.
license suspended is dismissed, and so is the commercial license violation.
Okay.
The $400, the 480, the 420, excuse me, is from a previous speeding ticket where you're driving 11 to 15 over. That's something unrelated to today's cases.
Okay.
Have a good day,
I need
sir.
I need some time to pay the 600.
Then, Mr. Brown, you need to contact the court's collection department. You may call them at the phone number that's in the upper right-hand corner of your notice to appear this morning. You may come in person, or you can go onto the court's website, mi34thdistrictcourt.com, and submit a request for a payment plan that way, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Have a good day.
You too as well.
Thank you. So,
and Your Honor, I don't know if anybody let you know, as soon as we get through this docket, apparently Miss Manarino, the defendant in the bench trial is here. I think I'm gonna be meeting with him.
I was advised of that, and I understand that, and I thank you for your assistance, sir.
Yeah, I'm assuming the court prefer we clear the docket first, correct? I'll get him done. I'm moving.
It looks like we're getting there slowly but surely. Thank you, Mr. Hadley.
Thank you for your patience, Your Honor.
No, thank you. What? Two-four WM 01205 OT, Wayne County Airport versus Clarence McKinney. This case was scheduled for show cause arraignment pretrial at 8 a.m. It's now 12:20 p.m. by this court's clock. Defendants failed to appear for a second time in this matter. Bench warrant shall issue 5,000, 10%. Two-four VB 01407 Wayne County, Van Buren Township versus Tanisha Moore. This case was scheduled for show cause arraignment pretrial at 8 a.m. It's now 12:21 p.m. by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear for a second time in this matter, bench warrant shall issue 5,000, 10%. Is Mr. Bowditch gone? He couldn't. 240477 OM, Van Buren Township versus Tanisha Morris. Case was scheduled at 8 a.m. It's now 12:21 p.m. by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear. Bench warrant shall issue 5,000, 10%. You couldn't. No, I mean, that's cool. Okay. I've seen other people. Okay. Why? Too many people. Two four WM 01157A Wayne County Airport versus Markel Murray. This case was scheduled for show cause arraignment pretrial at 8 a.m. It's now 12:23 p.m. by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear for a second time in this matter, bench warrant shall issue 5,000, 10%. You have an update for me, Ms. Manarino?
Regarding our 11:30.
Yes, ma'am.
Officer Edge is still, as of at least a couple minutes ago, tied up on that SWAT matter, and Mr. Hadley, I believe, is going to speak with Mr. Lay.
He is going to. I was just hoping that Officer Edge had freed himself. Thank you.
Not yet. Sorry, Judge.
No worries.
Not great timing, but obviously I can't say, you know.
Well, I still see some 9 o'clock cases, so we're not really.
Yeah, we've got a few things to keep us entertained.
24 WM 01154. This is Wayne County Airport versus Monica Mogani Robbins. This case was scheduled for show cause arraignment pretrial at 8 a.m. It's now 12:24 p.m. by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear for a second time in this matter, bench warrant shall issue 5,000, 10%. That's why I'm saying I would think that you would do something to extend your time with us. That's me.
Usually that happens.
Right.
I don't know. It may begin to be another person. Everyone's doing other calls.
24 WM 01277 ON Wayne County Airport versus Brittany Pendleton. This case was scheduled for show cause arraignment pretrial at 8 a.m. It's now 12:25 p.m. by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear for a second time in this matter, bench warrant shall issue 5,000, 10%. I saw in the Independent that a Sheets might be coming to Van Buren Township. Really? I just read the headlines, the highlights. I don't read the lowlights. Oh, I'm not surprised by that. I did. 24 WM 01131OT Wayne County Airport versus Tommy Sanders. This case was scheduled for show cause arraignment pretrial at 8 a.m. It's now 12:25 p.m. by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear for a second time in this matter, bench warrant shall issue 5,000, 10%. This is this is 2403580D Van Buren Township versus Zane Duzen. Your
Good morning,
appearances.
Your Honor. Attorney Josh Hadley appearing on behalf of the defendant, Mr. Shane Duzen, who's appearing via Zoom. Please state your name for the court.
My name is Shane Duzan.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Hadley, how are we proceeding this morning?
Your Honor, we're going to be asking for an adjournment in this matter. There's some video discovery I'll be asking for. I'm not sure when the next Van Buren date coming up will be calendar here.
Is August 1st enough time, Josh?
I would defer to Miss Manarino.
I
Let's
know
wanna go a little
there
further
is
out than
a
that,
fair amount
Angela.
of video, so yeah, if we
I
could
was
go to the
thinking
next
that
date,
too.
Mary Ann.
You betcha. August 12th at 9 o'clock.
August 12th at 9 a.m. That's back here on Zoom with me, Judge Martin, in courtroom number 1. Mr. Duzen, notice of that new date and time will be mailed to you at the address you verified with court staff. I thank you for your patience this morning, sir. I'll see you August 12th. You have a good afternoon.
Thank you, ma'am. You too.
Thank you.
Bye.
Are you bringing somebody else out or were you going back in?
I'm going back in. There we go. It was just frozen.
This is 24WM012760M. This is Wayne County Airport versus Michelle Salima. The case was scheduled at 8 a.m. for show cause arraignment. Pretrial is now 12:28 p.m. by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear for a second time in this matter, bench warrant shall issue 5,000, 10%. Two four WM01341 A and B. These are Wayne County Airport versus Jabina Thomas. These cases were scheduled for show cause arraignment pretrial at 8 a.m. It's now 12:29 by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear for a second time in these matters, bench warrant shall issue 5,000, 10%. Two four zero four two zero OM Van Buren Township versus John Thompson. This case was scheduled for show cause arraignment pretrial at 8 a.m. It's now, I'm sorry, yes, at 8 a.m. It's now 12:30 p.m. by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, bench warrant shall issue 5,000, 10%. Two four zero four six seven OM Van Buren Township versus Daniel Temp. This case was scheduled for show cause arraignment pretrial at 8 a.m. It's now 12:30 p.m. by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear for a second time in this matter, bench warrant shall issue 5,000, 10%. Two four WM01134OT Wayne County Airport versus Rigoberto Tijuk, TUT-JUC. This case was scheduled for show cause arraignment pretrial at 8:30 a.m. It's now 12:31 p.m. by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear for a second time in this matter, bench warrant shall issue 5,010%. Two four VB 012920M, Wayne County Van Buren Township, versus Latricia Vaughn. This case was scheduled for show cause arraignment pretrial at 8 a.m. It's now 12:32 p.m. by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear for a second time in this matter, bench warrant shall issue 5,010%. Mr. Morgan, have you spoken with the attorney?
I believe he spoke with Mr. Jadala, Your Honor.
Thank you. 24WM011123 A and B. These are Wayne County Airport versus Ariel Walker. They were scheduled for show cause arraignment pretrial at 8 a.m. It's now 12:33 p.m. by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear for a second time in this matter, bench warrant shall issue 5,010%. Two four WM 01315 BOT, Wayne County Airport versus Brianna Watkins. This case was scheduled for show cause arraignment pretrial at 8 a.m. It's now 12:34 p.m. by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear for a second time in this matter, bench warrant shall issue 5,010%. This is 2405590M, Van Buren Township versus David Morgan. May I have your appearances, please?
Respectfully, Your Honor, Sam Jadala, P62186, appearing on behalf of Mr. Morgan. Purposes of arraignment, we're going to wait for more reading and stand. Mr. Morgan, please say your name.
David Morgan.
Thank you. How are we proceeding this morning, Mr. Jadala?
Respectfully, Your Honor, we're going to respectfully request this matter be set for pretrial and ask the city attorney for discovery, please.
Okay.
Mr. Morgan, the court is setting your bond at 1,000 personal. You do not need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear as directed by this court until this case is resolved in its entirety. Mr. Jadala, I'm making a notation that you've requested discovery. Your adjourned pretrial date will be
August 1st at 10 o'clock.
August 1st at 10 a.m. back here on Zoom with me, Judge Martin, in courtroom number 1. Mr. Morgan, court will mail you notice of that new date and time at the address you verified this morning. Is there anything else, Mr. Jadala?
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Morgan, before you leave, the prosecution has requested you have your fingerprints taken. I'm asking that you appear at Van Buren Township Department of Public Safety before your next scheduled court date. Have your fingerprints taken. If there's nothing else, sir, you're free to go. Thank you for your patience this morning.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Two four WM 01453 A and B. These are Wayne County Airport versus Robert Shays. May I have your appearances, please?
Secretary, Your Honor, Sam Jadala, P6186, appearing on behalf of Mr. Chase. Purposes of arraignment, wait for reading and stand mute. Mr. Chase, please say your name.
Robert Shays.
Thank you. How are we proceeding, Mr. Jadala?
Your Honor, for purposes of arraignment, we'd waive formal reading and stand mute. At this time, Mr. Shays will be pleading as charged to violation of the restricted license. The civil infraction of speeding 21 over is being reduced to speeding 1 to 5 over, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Shays, would you raise your right hand for me, please, sir? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. You've had the opportunity to discuss these cases with Mr. Jadala. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes.
And after having that conversation, sir, is it your understanding and agreement that you will be pleading responsible to 1 to 5 over and guilty to violation of restricted license?
Yes.
And sir, you understand that if the court accepts your pleas this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
I do.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
I do.
And sir, you're entering these pleas freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way or promised anything to get you to plead guilty and responsible?
No.
You're pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty and responsible?
Correct.
Sir, is it true that on June 12, 2024, at Wayne County Airport, which is located in the city of Romulus, County of Wayne, State of Michigan, you violated your restricted license?
Yes.
You did not have an interlock on your vehicle in order to do so?
Correct.
Sir, is it also true on that date and time that you were speeding in excess of the posted speed limit?
Yes.
The court accepts your plea of responsible to this amended speeding citation and will assess a fine in that matter of $150. Mr. Jadala, was there any comments you wanted to make regarding the violation of the restricted license?
Your Honor, we just ask for minimal costs and fines in this matter, please.
Thank you. Mr. Shays, the court will impose the following on the restricted license violation. So $200 fine, $100 in cost. There's $75 mandatory crime victims fee. There's $50 mandatory state cost and $20 fund fee. That's $445 on the restricted license, $150 on the speeding ticket for $595. Do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount, sir?
No, Your Honor.
5 days to pay, and that will conclude these matters. Is there anything else, Mr. Jadala?
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, thank you for your patience this morning. You're free to go. You have a great day.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you. What person?
And I had shared them, so there's just one call. Well, it's in a different thing. So the regular road tax is going to be short. This is smart. Percentage to this.
I know, but I'm not the one with the hard work. Mary Ann's the one with the and Mackenzie, who will be none too happy.
Is that one case?
One person, yeah. That's why they're up there. They're not, she's not coming. 2404700M, Van Buren Township versus Noah Wood. This case was scheduled for show cause arraignment pretrial at 8 a.m. It's now 12:40 p.m. By this court's clock, defendant having failed to appear for a second time in this matter, bench warrant shall issue 5,010%. WM 010740M, Wayne County Airport versus Ayana Young. This case was scheduled for show cause arraignment pretrial at 8 a.m. It's now 12:41 p.m. by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear for a second time in this matter, bench warrant shall issue 5,010%. Did you eat lunch? No. I still need to sign the stuff from yesterday. I haven't logged on to look to see if it was ready yet. One 1901350M, Van Buren Township versus Unique Young. The case was scheduled for show cause arraignment pretrial at 8 a.m. It's now 12:42 p.m. by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear in this matter, the previously posted bond is deemed forfeit. And the bench warrant that was entered remains in effect. 2404480M, Van Buren Township versus Frank Zarb. This case was scheduled for show cause arraignment pretrial at 8 a.m. It's now 12:42 p.m. by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear for a second time in this matter, bench warrant shall issue 5,010%. What's going on this weekend? I need their lives.
We are set on Miss Andrea Courtney, Your Honor.
24WM014870M. This is Wayne County Airport versus Andrea Courtney. Miss Courtney, would you unmute yourself, turn your video on, and state your name for me, please?
There, is that better?
Yes, ma'am, you're great.
Thank you.
Your name for the record, ma'am?
Andrea Courtney.
Thank you. Today's the day and time for the arraignment and pretrial. Mr. Hatley, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we'll waive the formal reading of the arraignment, and we will go ahead and be pleading as charged with a brief allocution to explain for context a little bit about what happened.
Thank you. Ms. Courtney, would you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. Ma'am, you had the opportunity to discuss this case with Mr. Hadley, and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And after having that conversation, you wish to plead guilty as charged to being a disorderly person.
Yes, I do.
And you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, ma'am.
And ma'am, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily.
Yes, ma'am.
You haven't been threatened in any way or promised anything to get you to plead guilty.
No, ma'am.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Ma'am, is it true that on June 15, 2024 at Wayne County Airport, which is located in the city of Romulus, County of Wayne, state of Michigan, you were a disorderly person, more specifically that you were warned by the airport and continued in behavior that impacted or impeded the regular and ordinary flow of other passengers at the airport?
Yes, ma'am.
Satisfied, Mr. Mena?
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Hadley?
Sure, Your Honor.
Ma'am, the court accepts your plea of guilty to being a disorderly person. Mr. Hadley, your allocution, sir.
Yes, Your Honor. Miss Courtney, again, as she's just admitted to the court and has owned responsibility for, knows that her behavior that night was disorderly, that day was disorderly. And not as an excuse, but kind of, again, for more of context, she was in a highly emotional state, was dealing with some very serious, unfortunate issues within the family. Again, this is not a criminally minded person, no criminal background to report. This was a bad day. She does have limited financial means. We would just ask the court to consider all of that context when issuing its sentence today. This is a good person who's had a bad day.
Thank you. Ms. Courtney, is there anything you want to say on your own behalf, ma'am?
Yes, I apologize to the airport for my behavior and to the court.
Thank you. Mr. Mena, was there something?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Courtney, the court imposes minimal fines and costs. It's $100 fine. $100 in costs, $75 mandatory crime victims fee, $50 mandatory state costs, and $20 fund fee. That's $345. Do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount, ma'am?
I can take care of that today.
After you make that payment, that will conclude this matter. You're free to go, Ms. Courtney. You have a great day. Thank you for your patience this morning.
Thank you very much. You have a great day.
You too. Thank you. Are there 2 more people and that's it? What'd you bring me? Empty hand.
I didn't set this docket, Your Honor. That's all I have to say. I didn't set it.
It's fine. Just feeling very, when did you get your haircut? Oh. That's so very squirrel of me, Mr. Minna. I'm sorry.
Your Honor, I can't imagine what you have to deal with on a daily basis.
I know I'm gonna put in for an increase or a raise bonus of some kind. These characters, the only one I haven't seen are Ramsey and Garcia. Is he? Yeah. I'm so jealous. We are so close.
But yet so
That's why I put him in there, and that's not even all of them. I'm still not. Why? Yes, you're here, sir. Thank you. That's the first, that's civil day for us. Oh. This is 200591 and 200592. These are Van Buren Township versus Cortez Campbell. These cases were scheduled for show cause arraignment pretrial at 8:30 a.m. It's now 12:49 p.m. by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear for a second time in this matter, bench warrant shall issue 5,010%. They can't go down just yet. There's a sheet I need to sign for her. I need to go get it. That's always his excuse in his story. Nobody's falling for it.
Well, it's funny because I laughed at him too. I said, really? I said, that's always your excuse. Traffic?
These are 24WM01477A, 24WM01477B, 24WM00331, 200686, 200999, 20WM01339, 20WM01342, 20WM01387, 20WM01397, 20WM01396, 21WM00794, 21WM00931, 21WM00952, 21WM01005, 21WM01289, 21WM02115A and B and C, 21WM02208A, 22WM0 354, 22WM00535 A and B, 22WM00548A and B, 22WM01683, 21WM02088, 22WM01037. These are all Wayne County Airport versus Diana Lloyd. These cases were scheduled at 9 a.m. for show cause arraignment pretrial. The defendant has failed to appear. The cases that are in warrant status will stay that way. This is 23WM015680M, Wayne County Airport versus Rena Williams. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Josh Hadley, appearing on behalf of the defendant, Ms. Rena Williams. Ms. Williams, please state your name for the record.
Reno Renee Williams.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Today is the day and time scheduled for the arraignment and pretrial. Mr. Hadley, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we'll waive the formal reading of the arraignment, enter a plea of not guilty. We're going to be asking for a brief adjournment to get some discovery, or all the discovery that's available from the prosecution in this matter. I think next date was, I'm sorry, I didn't write it down.
August 1st at 10 o'clock.
Mr. Minna, for the video, do you want to go one date out further, or do you think that's long enough?
Let's go one more date just to be safe.
August 12th at 10 o'clock.
Thank you.
Ms. Williams, your bond in this matter is set at $1,000 personal. You do not need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear as directed by this court until this case is resolved in its entirety. Your pretrial is being adjourned over to August the 12th, 2024 at 10 a.m. That's back here with me, Judge Martin, on Zoom in courtroom number 1. Mr. Hadley, I've made the notation that discovery has been requested. Is there anything else, Mr. Minna?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Hadley?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Williams, that concludes this matter. I will see you on August the 12th. You have a good afternoon. Thank you so much for your patience.
You as well. Thank you so much.
You're so very welcome. This is 240564OM, Van Buren Township versus Isaiah Smith.
Respectfully, Your Honor, Sam Jadala, P62186, appearing on behalf of Mr. Smith. For purposes of today's arraignment, Your Honor, we will waive formal reading and stand mute. Mr. Smith, please say your name.
Isaiah Smith.
Thank you. Today is the day and time scheduled for the arraignment and pretrial. Mr. Jadala, how are we proceeding?
All right, at this time, Mr. Smith will be pleading to the fraudulent check, Your Honor, as charged under 771.1 for 6 months, Your Honor. He understands the rights he is waiving by doing so today.
Thank you. Would you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. May I put your hand down? You've had the opportunity to discuss this case with Mr. Jadala. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, Your Honor.
And after having that conversation, it's your understanding and agreement that you will be tendering a plea this morning of guilty as charged to fraudulent checks.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, Your Honor.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, Your Honor.
You haven't been threatened in any way or promised anything to get you to plead guilty.
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is it true that on March the 24th, 2024 in Van Buren Township, that you did with intent to defraud, make or deliver a check, draft, or some other instrument,
Yes, Your Honor.
knowing knowing that you did not have sufficient funds or credit at the bank or depository to satisfy the check or instrument presented?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. The court accepts your plea of guilty to the fraudulent check, and as indicated by Mr. Jadala, your plea is taken pursuant to MCL 771.1. Will be delayed for a period of, I'm sorry, Mr. Jadala, say that again for me.
I'm sorry, Judge.
The period of the delay, Mr. Jadala?
6 months, Your Honor.
6 months. So long as you incur no new criminal offenses in the state of Michigan and pay for 6 months and pay costs of $300, the case will be administratively reviewed for dismissal at the end of that period. Do you need more than 5 days to pay the 5 days to pay the $300?
Yes, Your Honor.
Then what I need you to do for me, please, is one of these 3 things. I need you to either come in person to the court's collection department to set a payment plan, call the court's collection department, whose phone number is in the upper right-hand corner of the notice you appeared to log on this morning. They can set a payment plan with you that way, or go onto the court's website, mi34thdistrictcourt.com. There's a contact us button. If you click on that button, you will receive an option to submit a request for a payment plan. But do one of those three things sooner rather than later. No new criminal offenses for 6 months, and the case will be administratively reviewed for dismissal. Anything else, Mr. Jadala?
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes this matter. Mr. Smith, you have a good day. Good luck to you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor,
Thank you.
those fine amounts were $300 again, Judge?
I'm sorry,
The fine amount was how much again? I'm sorry.
$300, sir.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Thank
You're
you.
all set, Mr. Smith. You could log off.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Jadala, I don't know how you and Mr. Hadley did it this morning, but I am so appreciative of your efforts.
Judge, I want to thank you for your patience also in getting all this done. It was very much a collective, Judge. I don't know how the docket got like that. You know, Judge, I was telling Angela, it's not as if we were going slower, like taking our time. We were consistent from about 7:50 till now. Wow.
I got here at 7:45 and I already had people here. I heard Mary Ann talking to somebody and I thought to myself, there's no way. And we have a 1 o'clock trial that we're waiting for the prosecutor to get here. We're still waiting for 11:30 trial. I'm showing no other matters for you or Mr. Hadley. It's just these 2 trials.
Judge, it was a pleasure seeing you again, and have a wonderful day.
Thank you,
You
Your Honor.
too,
We'll
sir.
see
Thank
you.
you.
See you the next time.
Bye-bye.
Ms. Badale, if you give us a little bit of time when the prosecutor logs on, we'll get you connected with him. Corporal Kozaski, same thing.
Okay.
Sounds good, Judge.
You're welcome.
You can just mute yourself, ma'am.
It's going to clock already.
Good afternoon. I just spoke your name. Corporal Kozaski is on the screen and Ms. Badale is on the screen.
Okay.
Do you need to log on and speak to them or, okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'll go log in my office, right? So there's no echo in here.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I have a few remaining things from the morning docket, but as soon as you pop back in here, I'll know that you're ready to go. Thank you. This is 2405360M. This is Van Buren Township versus Darren Dunbar. This case was scheduled for arraignment pretrial at 8:50 a.m. It's now 1:01 p.m. by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, this matter will be set for show cause. This is 24VB 017140M. This is Van Buren Township versus Ashley Shropshire. This case was scheduled for arraignment pretrial at 9:20 a.m. It's now 1:02 p.m. by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, this matter will be set for show cause. This is 2403710D. City of. That can't be right.
Your
I'm sorry,
Honor,
Mr. Greco, are you ready?
I am not, Your Honor. I have to have one of the court officers open up my office, but I wanted to just zoom in and let you know. So just take a minute.
Okay,
All right.
thank you. Oh. This case is scheduled wrong, 2403710D. This is City of Romulus versus Myron Murphy. The case is on my dock, is listed as being with Judge Martin's docket, but the notes in the file indicate Judge Green. Let's have this case rescheduled on Judge Green's next docket. This is 24WM015120M. This is Wayne County Airport versus Kenneth Daniels. This case was scheduled for arraignment pretrial at 9:40 a.m. It's now 1:04 p.m. by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, this matter will be set for show cause. This is 24WM00953. This is Wayne County Airport versus Jemiah Trent. This case was scheduled for arraignment pretrial at 9:40 a.m. It's now 1:05 p.m. by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, this matter will be set for show cause. Two four WM00954M. This is Wayne County Airport versus Jasmine Trent. This case was scheduled for arraignment pretrial at 9:40 a.m. It's now 1:05 p.m. by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, this matter will be set for show cause. This is 2405580D. This is Van Buren Township versus Shania Lawson. This case was scheduled for arraignment pretrial at 9:50 a.m. It's now 1:06 p.m. by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, the matter will be set for show cause. Which part?
access for me.
Absolutely. There's. If you look, there's these loose sheets of paper right there. That needs to go on top. That's something she's looking for.
Yep.
Okay,
That's why I'm gonna put these in here.
thanks. 2405610M Van Buren Township versus Joseph Moat. This case was scheduled for arraignment pretrial at 9:50 a.m. It's now 1:07 p.m. by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, this matter will be set for show cause. Oh, thanks. It's like I forget always. 2405620D Van Buren Township versus David Wagner. This case was scheduled for arraignment pretrial at 9:50 a.m. It's now 1:08 p.m. by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear. This matter will be set for show cause.
Okay, Your Honor, I am situated in my office. Can I have a moment to speak with Corporal Kozowski and then perhaps speak with Ms. Badejo? Just
Absolutely. Mary Ann will get you moved in.
Okay.
Dave, hi, Dave. I made you co-host so you can do
Yep.
that.
Oh, thanks, Mary Ann.
Yeah. Corporal, I'm going to move you to room 10 real briefly. And Ms. Badejo, I'll be right back, okay?
Two-four VB 01878OM. This is Van Buren Township versus Colin Best. This case was scheduled for arraignment pretrial at 10 a.m. It is now 1:09 p.m. by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, this matter will be set for show cause. Two-four VB 01726A, B, and C. These are Van Buren Township versus Mariah Brumfield. These cases were scheduled for pre-hearing and arraignment pretrial at 10 a.m. It's now 1:09 p.m. by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, the A and C file misdemeanors will be set for show cause. The B file civil infraction will be deemed in default. Assistive listening.
Yeah, where it would say, do they have that on Zoom? I've never seen it.
There's a way you can turn it on. It's not the best, but it's better than guessing.
File text, you have to sort of interpret what's being said.
Right.
See what Angela wants to do, I don't know.
Oh, you're in a breakout room with her?
Yeah, I mean, the only else thing I got this afternoon is to go write for the appeals brief. Let me see what I can do. You bet you guys. Thanks for your patience.
Two-four WM 01571OM Wayne County Airport versus Jalen Harris. This case was scheduled for arraignment pretrial at 10:20 a.m. It's now 1:11 p.m. by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, this matter will be set for show cause. Get that little the black thing out of the garage. 2-2-VB00597B, these is Van Buren Township versus Farrell Blewett. This case was scheduled for pretrial at 10:30 a.m. It's now 1:12 p.m. by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, this matter will be set for show cause. No. Nope, because that didn't just happen today. Okay. There should not be cases left. That's why. 2-4
I've been driving for many years.
01496
I would never drive with suspended license.
This is Wayne County Airport versus Charles Coppola. The case was scheduled at 9:20 a.m. It's now 1:13 p.m. by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, this matter will be set for show cause. Two 3VB02681B. This is Van Buren Township versus Melanie Foster. This case was scheduled at 8:30 a.m. It's now 1:14 p.m. by this court's clock. Defendant has failed to appear. The previously posted bond is forfeit. I see your back. Give me just 1 second. 22WM00811BOD. This is Wayne County Airport versus Mark Glasser. This case was scheduled for arraignment pretrial at 9:30 a.m. It's now 1:15 p.m. by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear, this matter will be set for show cause. This is 2400370M. This is Van Buren Township versus Doriel Parham. This case was scheduled for show cause arraignment. Arraignment pretrial at 8:40 a.m. It is now 1:15 p.m. by this court's clock. Defendant having failed to appear. This case being in warrant status, it will stay that way. These are 24RP02038, A, B, and C. These are City of Romulus versus Grace Badale. May I have your appearances, please?
Yes, Your Honor. David Greco here on behalf of the City of Romulus.
Ma'am, unmute yourself and state your name for me, please.
My name is Grace Badejo.
Thank you. These cases are scheduled for trial this morning. The parties have had this afternoon The parties have had the opportunity to speak. Mr. Greco, how are we proceeding?
We are proceeding to trial, Your Honor. There is one civil infraction for drove left of center that the prosecution wants to move to amend to from left of center to disobey traffic control device, MCL 257.611.
Ms. Badell, do you have any objection to that amendment?
I'm not guilty of any traffic offense.
That's not what I asked you, ma'am. Do you have any objection to the citation being amended to disobeying traffic control device?
I don't understand what that means.
The prosecution made a motion to amend the citation. Do you have any objection to the citation being amended?
Yes.
What's your objection?
Because I'm not guilty of any traffic offense.
I didn't ask you guilty, ma'am. This is the last time I will ask about the amendment. Do you have any objection to the citation being amended?
Your Honor, I don't understand what that means. I really don't understand.
The citation is amended. Is there anything else, Mr. Greco?
Preliminarily, no, Your Honor. We're ready to proceed to trial.
Thank you. Ma'am, are you prepared to proceed with trial this afternoon?
No.
Because
I'm not guilty.
That's not what I asked you. I asked you, were you ready to proceed with trial?
What does that mean?
The trial that you demanded, the court is ready to swear in witnesses and begin. Are you ready to proceed?
I never demanded for any trial.
Mr. Hadley?
I didn't take myself to court. They are the ones who took me to court.
Oh,
I don't know why they took me to court. I still don't know why. They just need to explain to me because I don't understand what's going on here.
No, no, we can't explain it to you. The court cannot assist you in defending this matter. When you were last here, you've waived your right to have the assistance of the court-appointed attorney. You asked that these matters be set for trial. The court is setting these matters, did set these matters for trial when you appear back on June the 20th. Mr. Greco is here on behalf of the city of Romulus. Corporal Kozowski is here as the issuer of the citations. I'm asking you again, are you prepared to proceed with trial this morning?
I'm not going to be in support of any court violating my right. I'm not in support of that. I'm not in support of court violating my right or any. I don't need any attorney to defend me when court is violating my right. When the court
I'll take that as yes.
No.
Mr. Greco, do you have any opening statement?
Just very briefly, Your Honor. Again, David Greco here on behalf of the city of Romulus. This charge involves 3 charges. One is driving while license suspended. The other is resisting arrest. The civil infraction charge is now disobeyed traffic control device. On April 15th in the morning at approximately 10:30, 10:45, Ms. Badejo was traveling on westbound Ecorse Road near the corner of Wayne Road. She disobeyed a traffic control device because the westbound Ecorse road is closed for a period of time before it gets to Wayne Road. Officer Kozowski was on a shift that day on a detail. Had observed Ms. Badejo disobey the traffic control device near the corner of Ecorse Road and Wayne Road. When he approached the vehicle, she refused to give any information. He was able to discern who she was through the lean information and the computer in his car, determined that she was driving on a suspended license at the time. Her license was suspended at the time. We have the official record that we're going to be moving for admission at that time. And then after it being determined that she was violating a misdemeanor crime of the state in front of the officer, she refused to comply and resisted arrest. We also have videos regarding the stop and the resisting arrest to present. And we are ready to proceed with Officer Kozowski whenever the court is ready to hear from our first witness.
Ma'am, do you have any opening statement?
Yes, I received a letter over the weekend from Secretary of State. And in the letter, it stated that if I don't make a payment by the 15th, that my license will be suspended. I said, okay, let me go into the Secretary of State, and I was there. And she scheduled appointment for me by 2 o'clock so I could make a payment. And I was driving on Ecos. I didn't know there was a construction going on there because I haven't applied that area in a very long time. So, and on getting to that spot, there was no any oncoming vehicle. So I moved to the right, and the officer just talked to me. I said, I haven't been on this road for a very long time. There's no how I'm supposed to know there's a construction going on here. And I tried to explain myself to him. I said, why did you stop me? What are you stopping me for?
Ma'am?
He said the court ordered for my arrest. I said, why would the court order for my arrest? Why did the court order for my arrest? That was what he told me. Why did the court order for my arrest?
This is not your testimony. This is your opening statement. This is a summation of your defense to the allegations.
And that is what I'm saying. I was wrongfully arrested. I was illegally arrested.
Thank you. Mr. Greco.
Yes, for our first witness, the city of Romulus calls Corporal Kozowski.
Corporal Kozowski, would you raise your right hand for me, please, sir? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Mr.
Officer-
Greco, your witness.
Sure. Officer, please state your name for the record. And where are you currently employed?
Romulus Police Department.
Okay, I think can you hear him, Judge, or are you having difficulty?
Romulus Police Department.
Okay, there we go. And were you employed with the Romulus Police Department on April 15th, 2024?
Yes.
And I'm sorry, what position do you hold at the Romulus Police Department?
I'm assigned to our special services, which is currently the Traffic Enforcement Bureau.
Okay. And you were working on April 15th. During the morning time between 10 and 11 a.m., do you recall where you were working on that day?
Yes.
And where was that?
Ecorse and Wayne Road.
Okay. And what was the purpose of you being in that area that day?
The road construction is going on right now, so the westbound lanes are completely closed. Only eastbound lanes are open near Wayne Road. And I also watch the traffic light too as well for the red light north and southbound Wayne Road. So 2 different violations I watch.
Okay. That morning, do you recall having any contact with a person by the name of Grace Badejo?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And how is it that you encountered Ms. Badejo that morning?
Yeah. So I observed a Chrysler 300 grayish in color traveling on the opposite side of the road, disobeying the traffic control device, the construction control device, because the road is completely closed going westbound. There's numerous barricades, numerous barrels. I want to say it's about 300 yards at least, approximately, that the westbound lanes are closed. So if somebody decides to continue driving westbound, they force themselves and choose to go into oncoming traffic and to continue westbound road. That's how I made my contact, by observing that violation.
Okay, so just my understanding is that westbound E-course before Wayne Road is closed for the last 300 yards before going to the intersection?
Approximately, yes.
Okay, and if you are before that road closure traveling on eastbound E-course, the only way to get to the intersection of Wayne Road is to go into the oncoming traffic?
If you're traveling westbound, so if you're traveling westbound, then of course you go into oncoming traffic. So you're on the wrong side of the road going head on with the traffic, oncoming traffic.
And that is how you encountered Ms. Badejo that morning?
Correct.
Okay, so after you observed her violate the law by disobeying the traffic control device and traveling on the wrong side of the road toward the corner, what happened? What did you do?
Yes, I approached the driver's side window. The window was slightly cracked or rolled down. I asked to see her driver's license. She stated that she did not commit anything. And that's when I advised her of the traffic violation, the reason why I'm making contact.
Okay. Did she ever provide you with her name or information that day?
First name only, I can't exactly remember how, but she stated her name was Grace, and that was it.
Okay. Were you able to determine her identity somehow that morning?
Yes, I did.
How did you do that?
I grabbed, noted the license plate to the vehicle. I went back to my car. I ran it in our lien system, our law enforcement system, and the plate came back registered out of Dearborn. And when I ran the address that's listed out of Dearborn, a female was registered named Grace out of that address. When I ran the driver's license number associated with that name Grace, I was able to determine a photo, Secretary of State photograph, and determined that it was her inside the vehicle. And further, it stated that her license was currently suspended.
Okay. So what did you do next?
I approached the vehicle again, advised her to exit the vehicle and produce some identification as well.
Okay. Because driving on a suspended license is a crime?
Yes, it is. It's a misdemeanor crime.
Okay, so after you determined that this person who you encountered driving in a civil infraction and violating the law, you now determined as best you can that she was committing a crime, and you asked her to exit the vehicle and show ID, correct?
Correct. Committing a crime in my presence, yes.
So then what happened next?
She refused to get out of the vehicle. She refused to give any identification. And to speed things up, I had to open her door and get inside her vehicle partially and wrestle around with her and place her into police custody.
Okay. Your Honor, at this point in time, I'd like to present to the court the certified driving record of Ms. Badejo as of this morning, which I'm going to do a share screen, Your Honor, and I do have a hard copy to present to the court if necessary.
Thank you.
All right, so now we have the share screen, Your Honor. Do you see the top document in the top left corner? It says 7/18/24.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we're presenting to the court the certified driving record. It's a statistics summary for Grace Badejo. I'm scrolling down the document here where it provides license information. If you see, Your Honor, it says Grace Badejo has a Dearborn address. It currently says status valid. If you go down, this is a 3-page document. Again, Your Honor, in the middle of the page right now, you see electronically certified in compliance with MCL 257.204A, which is a self-certifying authentication for this record. You can see above that there was a suspension for a returned payment from April 15th through April 17th, 2024, Your Honor. And
yes, sir.
So it shows she was suspended on April 15th. We're moving for admission of this document through its self-authentication based upon MCL 257.204A.
Any objection, Ms. Badejo?
Yes, because like I told him, I would never drive with a suspended license, and I don't believe my license has been suspended.
We're not at your testimony. My question is your objection to the certified driving record that's been presented.
Yeah, I object to that.
What's your objection?
My objection is because I went to Secretary of State on the 15th, and my license was not suspended. It wasn't suspended.
Mr. Greco, the record.
I didn't have a return, the check that was returned because I wasn't employed, that I was unemployed. And I got it over the weekend. And the only thing I could do was to go on
there's no outstanding question to you.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
Object,
I'm gonna stop the share on this right now.
object to that.
Ms. Badeo, you will have the opportunity to testify. But right now is Mr. Greco's case. So if you have questions or statements you want to make a note of them. We'll get back to him.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Greco.
Thank you. Officer Kozowski, as part of your job duties, do you wear is your car and/or are you outfitted with any cameras?
Yes.
Okay. And that morning, would you have been outfitted with a body camera that you would have activated with regard to your interaction with Ms. Badeo?
Yes.
Okay. Let me see. All right, Your Honor, I am going to attempt a screen share at this point in time. Does everyone have a screen share of what looks like the start of a video?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
All right, Officer Kozowski, are you able to see the screen right now?
Yes, I see it.
Just generally speaking, as we start this, I'm going to ask you once it starts, once you start talking, I may stop this a couple of times to ask you a couple of questions, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'm going to play the video that I have on the share screen.
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to stop at some points to move things along. Uh-oh, it doesn't look like it's playing. Give me 1 second. I apologize, Your Honor. Hang on. Okay. Let me start this again. I'm going to fast forward a little bit. Does that?
Yeah, it's your license. I'll lift you out in a minute because I gotta.
All right. I'm showing body cam video that I'm going to ask you to identify in a moment if you hear your voice, officer. But do you recall stopping anybody else that morning and before you dealt with Ms. Badeo?
Yes, several.
Does this look like the start of the video before your initial contact with Ms. Badeo?
Yes.
Okay.
He's got more stuff going on. Hi there, how are you? Good, it's your license.
I'm stopping it again. Does this look like Ms. Badeo and your encounter with her?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And based upon what you just saw, does this look like your initial contact with her?
Yes.
Okay.
You're going the wrong way, around barricades, road closed signs. You're going the wrong way. I'm stopping you for what? I just told you, you're going the wrong way. What am I supposed to do? Not this way at all. Do you have a license with you? Because the road's closed. Look at all the barricades behind you. You're going to sit here and argue with me and ask me why? It says road closed. Oh, I need to see your information. I'm sorry?
I didn't commit any of them.
Okay, that's it then. I just told you. I just told you. I need to see your license.
didn't commit any.
So you're about to commit a serious crime here in a minute and then say you'd be arrested on because you're refusing to give me your license.
For wrong reason, you want to add additional crime. You're stopping me for a wrong reason, huh?
You hang on.
So Officer Kozowski, was that your initial communication with Ms. Badejo where she refused to provide you information?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
ESW 672.
And I'm going to fast forward a little bit here because we're in the car, Your Honor. So, Officer Kozowski, on the video, we discussed your initial communication with Ms. Badejo, and I know I fast forwarded and it looked like you're printing out some stuff. What are you doing after you dealt with Ms. Badejo?
I had an officer come assist me and then reapproach the vehicle
Well, before we get to that, what are you doing like in the vehicle right here where I was kind of going through quickly?
Oh, I'm sorry. I jumped ahead there.
Yeah.
Looking up the information to identify her.
Okay. With respect to the video, at least the portions that we saw and the parts that I fast forwarded to, because it looks like we're at the end of this section. Does this, did you hear your voice on the video?
I
Yes,
heard
I
my
did.
voice. I did. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking to me.
No. So Corporal, did you hear your voice on the video?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And you saw what looks like your voice and interaction with Ms. Badejo?
Correct.
Okay. Does this video, at least the portion that we saw and your initial interaction and going over to the car, your car, accurately depict what occurred that morning, at least up to this point?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Your Honor, at this point in time, we'd like to admit the video as Exhibit B.
Any objection, Ms. Badeo?
Yes.
What's your objection to the video being omitted, ma'am?
My objection is because I didn't know why he stopped me. And I kept asking, why did you stop me? To the best of my knowledge, I didn't commit any traffic offense. I don't know why he stopped me. That's why I was resisting arrest, because I don't know why you stopped me. I don't know why you arrested me. I didn't commit any offense. What did you stop me for?
Ms. Badeo, the
That's
issue
right.
is, do you have any objection to the video? You will have the opportunity to testify. This is regarding the evidence presented by the prosecutor. Do you have any objection to the video being received?
Yes.
What's your objection, ma'am?
I just told you, ma'am.
Your objection is denied. The video is received. Proceed, Mr. Greco.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You just told me for no any offense. I want me to cooperate with you.
I have another video, Your Honor.
What did you say?
Well, just before we play another video, Corporal, at least what we saw in the video was your initial contact with her, then going over to the vehicle, and it looked like you were accessing your computer. Is that what you described earlier about trying to figure out who this person was?
Correct.
And would that have been the time when you figured out, or at least it showed that her license was suspended?
Correct.
Your Honor, at this time, we're going to play another video.
I'm coming traffic, road is closed this way, okay? Now what I did for you, 0 points on your record. Now, the plate's another issue. I'm only giving you expired plate.
All right, I apologize, yeah. All right, we're gonna start over right now.
I'm coming traffic, road is closed this way, okay?
Now, Officer Kozowski, I've started to play a second video. Do you see, is that your wrist in the video?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and it looks like you're holding a Michigan driver's license at that point in time. Do you know, would that have been Ms. Badejo's license?
No, that looks like it's a separate vehicle.
Okay, so you're holding, because in this, like you indicated, you had other vehicles that you stopped, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and just looking at this, I'm going to play a little bit more, but does this look like you going back to Ms. Badejo's vehicle? Or is this? No.
In a second, it should be. It's
Now, what I did for you is 0 points will go on your
Oh,
record.
No, this
Now,
is a different person.
I'm only.
Correct. Okay,
Give
I'm
you
let's-
expired plate.
okay,
We can find out everything. We're all.
okay. All right, now I stopped it. All right, now, looking at this angle of the video, do you see Ms. Badejo's car?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And that's the Chrysler that's in the middle of the picture?
Correct, the one that she's occupying and operating.
Okay. I'm gonna continue playback, Your Honor.
Grace. You Grace? Grace, you can't drive at all. Because I can find out everything. We're on new technology. You're suspended, Grace. You cannot drive a car. The court or Secretary of State.
This is why you have been driving now.
No, not at all. Okay.
But you cannot take my right of driving.
Well, I need to do my job and investigate.
You have to take it.
So, question for you. You want to go to jail or no?
Jail for what?
Suspended, driving license suspended.
Why? Why would you?
You're suspended.
When
So cooperate with me. If you cooperate with me.
Cooperate because I have to know what I've done. For you to.
I just told you, you went around the barricades, the road's closed.
I didn't go
You
and
drove-
any barricade.
Yes, you did.
Any vehicle coming this way. And I wouldn't know coming down from that part to know that this place, there's a road work here. I got here and I know. And there's no any car coming this way. That's why I thought I could go this way for any car. Which time did I come in?
You can't drive like that. I'm sorry. Okay? Can't drive like that.
How am I supposed to know there's a road work here? How am I supposed to know?
All right. Well, do me a favor. Step out for a second.
For what?
You're suspended.
For what?
You're suspended. You cannot drive a car.
Suspend me and
You cannot drive a car.
I have 5 kids I take to school every day. You cannot do that. I'm not gonna. You cannot do that.
So,
grab my key for what? You guys are violating my right here, and you are telling him to grab my key.
I'm
for
telling
what?
you, Grace. Grace, you're suspended.
For what?
I didn't know the court suspended you, okay?
Suspending me for what?
Come on, out.
The court is suspending me for what?
I don't know you.
You
That's
guys
between
are
you.
violating my right, and you're gonna get in trouble for what?
Okay, then,
I will not. I will not.
Grace, listen, I really don't want to take, Grace, I really don't want to take you to jail. I really don't. Okay, come on then. Come on then. Let's go. Let's go then. You want to go to jail? We'll go to jail.
For what? Is the court? Give me the warrant for my arrest. Show me the warrant for my
There is
arrest.
no warrant. You are suspended.
For what?
I caught you driving while suspended. That's
For what?
between you and the
You
court.
want me driving? I'm not supposed to drive.
No.
Guys,
Grace,
you're making
this.
Your rights. That's what's making me violate my rights.
Okay.
Telling me the court told me is unheard of. It's just unheard of. What you guys are doing now is unheard of.
All right. Grace.
And I know you're recording it on my the paper that showed my driving right was violated.
Grace, listen to me.
Show me the
Listen to me.
court order.
All right, come on out and I'll show it to you. Come on.
Come on. Continue to show it to me.
Grace, so listen to me right now.
I'm not gonna.
I don't want to put hands on.
I'm
No.
not listening because you're not listening to me.
I'm gonna arrest you. I'm
For
gonna
what?
take you to jail because your
For
driver's
what?
license suspended. You did not produce a valid license.
Who's suspending my license? I'm not using
Where's your
I'm not
license?
using my
Where's your
driver's
license? Where's your license?
For what? My license for what?
Yeah.
You're arresting me. You're going
Yes, ma'am.
to jail. You
Yes, ma'am.
cannot. I will not let you handcuff me.
All right, well, there you go.
You cannot use force on me.
Oh, yes, I can.
You cannot use force on me.
Right? On the other side. On the other side.
You cannot use.
Grace? Now you want to assault the police officer?
You're the one
You want to
assaulting me.
assault the police officer?
Assaulting me for what?
Grace, get out of the car.
No, I will not.
Okay, Grace.
And you cannot handcuff me.
Grace, stop. Stop.
You are doing what is on video.
I know you're on video too. So stop. Stop. Give me your hand. Give me your hand. Give me your hand. Grace, let go of the back. Grace, I don't want to hurt you. Now stop. Grace. No, I'm not. You're making it through this. Now come here. I'm gonna gently get you out of the car. Yeah.
For what? Show me the warrant for my arrest.
There's not a warrant.
Why are you arresting me? There's no
You are
warrant.
suspended.
For what?
You didn't want to produce a license.
Suspended me.
Grace, let go of the back. Come here.
Suspended me.
Grace. 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 I'm not assaulting you. I know. You're going to jail. You're going to jail. You're going to jail. You stop it. Come on. I can barely fit in here. I can barely fit in here.
Officer Kozowski, is this the arrest of Ms. Badejo that morning?
Yes.
Does it accurately depict your interaction with Ms. Badejo?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. At this point in time, is she eventually removed from the vehicle?
Right after this, yes.
Okay. I mean,
Barely fit in. Sorry. Put your hand back here. Let go. You're going crazy. You never really wanted to do this. You think I want to do this? Great. Let go of the back. Great. Let go of the back. Stop. Stop it.
so Officer Kozowski, as indicated, she eventually gets extricated from the vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And then is she taken to the Romulus Police Department to be processed?
Yes, that's correct.
And she was arrested for driving while license suspended, and you also charged her with resisting arrest regarding the interaction that you're, or in relation to the interaction that you're having with her, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Does this video accurately depict what happened that morning between you and Ms. Badejo?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, I move for admission of, I guess, Exhibit C, the video of this arrest.
Any objection? Exhibit 3, it's C is received, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm gonna stop the sharing. And Officer Kozowski, like I just indicated, once she's removed from the vehicle, she's brought to the Romulus Police Department and processed, correct?
That is correct.
And that's why we're here today for the charges for driving while license suspended and then resisting arrest regarding this conduct where she was refusing to cooperate with a valid arrest, correct?
Correct, along with the civil infraction on top of it.
Your Honor, I have no further questions for this witness.
Thank you. Ms. Badeo, do you have questions for Corporal Kozowski? Not your testimony, but questions regarding his testimony?
I don't have any questions for him.
Thank you. Corporal Kozowski, thank you for your testimony this morning.
You're welcome.
Your next witness, Mr. Greco.
Your Honor, the prosecution has no further witnesses at this time and rests.
Thank you. Ms. Badeo, your first witness, ma'am.
I don't have any witness.
Do you intend to testify on your own behalf this afternoon?
There's nothing to testify here. Is my right being violated? I don't have any testimony.
You have no testimony?
No.
You have no defense to the allegations against you?
It's obvious they violated my right. It's obvious. What am I testifying to here? You can't tell me you're arresting me for a license that is not suspect.
If you're still talking, you're testifying. If you want to testify, I just need to swear you in. Will you be providing testimony on your own behalf this afternoon?
No.
Thank you. Mr. Greco.
Yes, Your Honor. In closing, we believe it's clear from the evidence and the testimony and the evidence provided that Ms. Badejo in the city of Romulus on the morning of April 15th was driving on a suspended license as evidenced by her certified driving record that we have produced for the court. And also was driving in violation of MCL section 257.611, which is disobey traffic control device, driving past a road closure sign, and also clearly resisted arrest in violation of the ordinances of the code of ordinances for the city of Romulus by refusing and resisting to arrest and preventing the police officer from acting under the color of his official authority and preventing him from effectuating a valid arrest. We have nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Badeo, do you have any closing statements?
No.
Thank you. This court having the opportunity to hear the testimony of Corporal Kozowski, the defendant not offering a defense or response to that testimony, the court having the opportunity to view the video that shows the original interaction with Ms. Badeo as well as the arrest. The court having received a certified copy of the driving record, the court will find in the case that ends in 38A, driving law license suspended, that Ms. Badeo is guilty as charged. As for the case that ends in 38B, the resisting and obstructing a police officer, the court will find, based on the contents of the video and the testimony of Corporal Kozowski, that Ms. Badeo did in fact resist the peace officer, Corporal Kozowski, who was acting within the scope of his employment as a corporal with the Romulus Police Department, will find her guilty as charged. The court will also find that based upon the testimony of Corporal Kozowski, that Ms. Badeo did in fact disobey the traffic control device, which is a civil infraction, will find her responsible. Any comment before fines and costs are imposed in this matter, Mr. Greco?
No, Your Honor.
Any comments regarding fines and costs, Ms. Badeo?
No.
The court in the A file will assess a fine of $300, cost of $100. There's $75 mandatory crime victims fee, $50 mandatory state costs, and $20 fund fee. That's $545. As for the resisting and obstructing police officer, the court will impose a fine of $300, cost of $100. There's $75 mandatory crime victims fee, $50 mandatory state cost, $25 fund fee. That's $545. For disobeying the traffic control device, the court will assess a fine of $150. Ma'am, the total due is $1,240. You have 5 days from today's date to contact the court's collection department to either pay it in full or to establish a payment plan. Anything else, Mr. Greco?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Ms. Badeo?
No.
That concludes this matter. You're free to go. Corporal Kozowski, thank you for your testimony.
You're welcome. Take care.
All right.
Thank you.
Take care, everyone.
Mr. Hadley,
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh,
are we ready?
Your Honor.
Hey, Dave.
all right. So long.
Kind of. Your favorite kind of lawyer answer.
This is 24VB012663A. This is Van Buren Township versus Robert Lay. Have your appearances.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Angela Mannering on behalf of the people.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Attorney Josh Hadley, as I understand it, soon to be appointed MIDC counsel. An email from the 34th has gone to MIDC. It's actually being processed right now. Today was the date and time set for a bench trial. This individual had originally intended to go pro per. He was under the misunderstanding that court-appointed counsel was at a cost. He's on a fixed income. He clearly qualifies as indigent for our purposes. And he asked, after the people and court staff asking to meet with him, has changed position and would like representation moving forward. Ms. Manarino has pretty graciously thrown out a couple of dates. Obviously, we're not going to tell the court when to set things, but we've got some dates that I think all parties could agree upon.
Some dates?
Or I should say date, Your Honor. I anticipate this be a, what do you think, Angela, 60 minutes probably? Yeah, I don't know if you heard me or not. Your Honor, we don't.
Judge, I apologize. I'm having a hard time hearing Mr. Hadley and I can't turn the volume
Let me
up.
go to the.
I was gonna say, if you come to the podium and
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah, I think it's the other microphone. Angela, what I was saying is that after having a conversation with this individual, he's changed his mind, asked for MIDC counsel. There is a request put into place for me to be spot assigned. We're waiting on that to happen right now. If everyone's in agreement, I think we can move forward and set this for a new bench trial date. And the date that you proposed, Angela, the 11th?
I said that,
Mr. Ray has
yeah,
no-
either the 1st or the 12th, I think were the dates I texted
12th,
you.
I'm sorry, 11th is a Sunday. Tried. The 12th, Your Honor, if this court schedule could accommodate, the only thing I have that day is I'm arraignment counsel with MIDC from 9 to 11.
you're saying the 12th of
August.
August.
Ms. Manarino, I think, said that would be enough time to get me up to speed with all the evidence that I would need to argue the case.
Judge,
I'm not ignoring you, Mr.
I'm sorry.
I was just starting to say to him, I wasn't ignoring him. I was waiting for you because I don't keep the schedule.
Yep, you have, on the 12th, you have an 11 o'clock available.
That would be perfect.
11 a.m. on August the 12th.
Yeah, yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
And one other housekeeping matter, Your Honor. I know this originally was set for Zoom. Mr. Ray has a hearing disability. He was unable to even follow the bench trial that just happened in here, sitting here with the audio. We're asking that even though it's going to be to their own cost to drive back up here from Tennessee, we're asking that this be held in person, the bench trial, so he can hear.
This court's here, happy to do it in person. Mr. Lay, are you able to hear me right now? Yeah. Yes. But Zoom, you can't follow on Zoom? No. I would not require someone to drive to be here in person from Tennessee. If that's what you're electing to do, that's your absolute right. Are you sure?
Would you guys like to try it on Zoom? No? Okay. Very good, Your Honor. I'm satisfied with the court is.
Oh, absolutely. I'm here every day, ma'am. I just would not ask you to drive from Tennessee for something we can do on Zoom, but everybody has a right to appear in person. I'm here. It's fine. Ms. Manarino, will you be appearing in person or on Zoom on the 12th?
Judge, I think I'm going to have to appear in person. I'm not able to hear anything that they're saying because they're not near a microphone. So if Mr. Hadley's going to appear in person, I don't know that I have any other choice. I just can't hear when no one's near a microphone.
We would just ask for, again, we'll get subpoenas out, but let's get everybody here. I think that makes the most sense. I think there's only one officer who'd be providing testimony. Is that right, Ms. Manarino?
Yes.
So we'll get a subpoena out. We'll do it all here.
And you discussed my relationship with them.
Oh.
Mr. Lay, just so you're clear, are you able to hear me right now?
Come on.
Be-
Don't triple my back like I did. Sorry. Don't do that.
This is an unusual case. When you first appeared, you were not with me. You were with the magistrate, Al Hemman, and it was set on my docket for trial. Not sure how that happened, but it's happened. Before I schedule cases for trial or take pleas, I disclose to people that I'm married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. Van Buren Township is the police agency that investigated this matter and issued the citation to you. My husband is not involved in the public safety department. He doesn't know anything about this case. He doesn't even know that it's scheduled. Would you be prepared to proceed with trial with me, or would you like a moment to speak to Mr. Hadley?
We have no problem.
The disclosure having been made, trial having been scheduled for August 12, 2024 at 11 a.m. in person. Is there anything else, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Hadley?
No, Your Honor. Thank you for the court's time. And Angela, thanks for working with us. Ms. Manarino, I appreciate it.
If there's nothing else, thank you, Ms. Manarino. That concludes this matter. I will see you on August the 12th. That concludes this court's docket for the day. We stand in recess.